Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole agenda for the Town of Grimsby for Monday, April 19th, 2021 to order. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, before I move to approval of the agenda, I just have a couple of announcements. This week is National Volunteers Week. I know this past year has been very difficult for many of our volunteer-based organizations, and their continued dedication and support will be needed even more as we begin to see our community programs and services return to full operations. On behalf of Town Council and staff, I would like to express appreciation for the numerous volunteers that make Grimsby a great place to live, work, and play. And this Thursday marks Earth Day on April 22nd. And most people celebrate Earth Week. So I think we should be planting trees all this week, especially Carolinian varieties. On Earth Day on the 22nd, it's the day that people from around the world come together to increase awareness and appreciation of the Earth's natural environment. It's a chance to reflect on the importance of the environment to our own health and well-being and what we must do to protect it for our future generations. I encourage everyone to take some time to think about how they can make positive changes in their day-to-day lives that will benefit the planet and help protect it for years and generations to come. Thank you. Now we'll move to approval of the agenda. Any changes? Councillor Dunstall, did you want to just move it, or? Yeah, mover, Councillor Dunstall. Seconder, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the agenda of the Committee of the Whole meeting of April 19th, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we move to number 4, council endorsement package. Just need a mover and seconder. Councillor Bothwell. And seconder, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee Council Endorsement Package dated April 19th, 2021 be approved. All in favor? Councillor Ritchie? Okay, there you are. That's carried. Now we move to number 5, adoption of previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. All right. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Vardy. Councillor Bothwell, you want to lift something?
Just want to speak to briefly to the Heritage Advisory Committee minutes, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just wanted to.
We need to lift them or not? No, okay. No, I'll go ahead, Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you. It's just for information to the public. So just to let the public know that there was an item on the agenda, a delegation by the Century Condos urban design team, Gordon Stratford, and also our peer reviewer, Marcus Letourneau. And there's a report in the agenda, as well as the delegation's presentation is in the agenda of the April 13th Heritage meeting. So it does provide the community with a bit of a better overview of the peer review of the urban design for the Century Condos building and some of the considerations that were taken into account with respect to the facade, the human scale sizing of it, how it would look. Some of the improvements were lightening up some of the upper levels so that it was and set back a little so it looks not as overwhelming in the scheme. They did some facade rounding around the corners of the buildings as well. So I would just encourage the community to look at the diagrams and the updated information that was provided by the peer reviewers and the urban design team, which included the region, our planning staff, Marcus Letourneau, our peer reviewer, just to get an idea of how it's evolved from the time it was submitted. I think the Heritage Committee was very pleased with the improvements that have been made. So I just wanted to share that bit of information for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just looking for clarification with regards to the DIA minutes of Wednesday, March the 10th. Under new business, and then it says downtown barriers. I'll just read it out. It says, Mike outlined potential timing for Main Street barriers for summer of 2020. So I think it's supposed to be 2021. But anyway, just clarification on that.
Yes, I believe it is. That is a typo. So it's for, and probably should read spring, summer 2021 as well. So
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to give a little update on the Grimsby Museum Board. I'm the council member on the museum board, and we had our meeting on April 7th online, and we had a curator report. We talked of the exhibits. We talked a bit about our budget. We also talked about online volunteering. We're doing some programs where some of our regular volunteers can participate online. They're transcribing some old texts into digital databases. There's some other interesting things they're doing. If you are interested in the museum, you can find us online, and there are some opportunities. And we're also working on the museum's strategic plan, and that will be posted once we create it. But just a quick little update on what's going on. The museum is currently closed, and we'll post more when we know more. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the following be received. Grimsby DIA minutes of March 10th, 2021. Grimsby Museum Board minutes of April 7th, 2021. Heritage Advisory Committee minutes of April 13th, 2021. Grimsby Public Library Board minutes of March 10th, 2021. Grimsby Art Gallery Advisory Board minutes of April 8th, 2021. All in favor? It's carried. Up next, we move to delegations. I'd like to welcome Susan Coyne regarding parking on Place Polonaise. At Place Polonaise, Susan, welcome.
Thank you. Shall I begin? Okay, I've lost your audio.
Yes, go ahead. Well, you're very welcome to start now.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the homeowners and renters of Waterview Lane, specifically units 36 through to 74. We are requesting to have parking on Place Polonaise, which is situated at the rear of our properties, to be relocated to the north side of the street. Collectively, we are aware of several issues in regards to the current placement of street parking on Place Polonaise. We believe as warmer weather approaches, and perhaps hopefully the COVID-19 restrictions are lifted, as well as the influx of residents of future developments in this area, these concerns will only become exacerbated. We feel public street parking should be situated on the same side of the street as accessible parking is currently located. What we have noticed is that cars end up parking on the north side anyway, creating a log jam of vehicles on both sides of the street, and consequently making the thoroughfare congested to the point that cars from either direction, east or west, cannot pass through. In addition, vehicles when parking on the south side will routinely park blocking the ramp that would allow people with walking aids, wheelchairs, and scooters from accessing the adjacent side of the street, where there is accessible parking as well as an additional ramp And I think, Donna, there's a picture of a car, if you can pull it up, of it parking across the ramp. Did you see it? Secondly, the residents have noticed there. The next, I think there's another picture. Nope. There we go. Secondly, the residents have noticed that when families are being dropped off on the south side of the street, in their enthusiasm to get to the park and lake, are darting onto what has become a very busy street. If parking was relocated, all or most drop-offs would be on the same side as the park, eliminating the possibility of a pedestrian accident or any other safety concerns. In addition, we, the residents, have noticed the depositing of garbage as well as dog feces on our boulevards. Owners of parked cars routinely clean out their cars onto our property in a careless manner. We take pride in our homes and property. We realize that the boulevard is not ours, but the municipalities, but we are the ones that rake, seed, fertilize, water, and mow it. Although small, our properties give us a sense of great pride, and it is quite disappointing to have all of our hard work be disregarded so flippantly. If parking was on the opposing side, these individuals would have access to park garbage and recycling containers, which hopefully would be more convenient for them to utilize and to promote the beautification of our public green space. As I have mentioned, our backyards are quite small, and we don't have the benefit of fencing to delineate our personal property. Our property makes up less than 40% of the area from our home to the curb. People when parking on the south side use our property in conjunction with the boulevard to have picnics, drink alcohol, leave garbage, as well as on occasion have taken items from our lower balconies and gardens. I have personally experienced gawkers while sitting on our lower balcony. I have also had a drone hover over our upper balcony, filming the interior of our home while the operator stood below by his car. We hope with the relocation of street parking, some sense of privacy would be attained, and I believe we can all agree that everyone deserves the right to be let alone and the freedom from interference or intrusion. I believe it is safe to say we should all have the ability to enjoy our homes as well as to feel safe in them. Finally, we would like to emphasize that we feel quite privileged to own or rent in such a beautiful area, and by no means want to restrict the access of people visiting this park. I personally think this park is a great asset to Grimsby, as well as the Greater Niagara region. But the residents of Waterview Lane do feel that the current street parking situation only creates problems that we feel would be alleviated by relocating parking to the opposing side of the street. And Donna, I have that one picture of the brochure that Brant Haven gave us promoting their development, and it shows that parking is on the north side, as well as there's some other type of parking also located on the north side as well. And I conclude by thanking you once again for this opportunity to express our concerns and hopefully persuade the council to change the current parking location on Place Polonaise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Susan. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Susan, very much. I know it took a lot to get the petition put together that you did with the residents along Waterview Lane there and Place Polonaise, and I appreciate that you went to that effort and contacted me and raised your concerns. And It's interesting because the parking was originally on the north side when the design was laid out, and in 2017, the director of public works at that time moved it to the south side, stating that there was some interest from the residents, and this is not what we're hearing. So I'd like the clerk, if possible, if I can put a motion forward on behalf of the residents and the petition that they've submitted. The motion would be to request that staff review the feasibility of relocating street parking on Place Polonaise to the north side, fronting units 36 to 74 Waterview Lane, and provide a report back to committee of the whole. So I'd like to see if we can put that motion forward for action this evening to bring to staff. Is that possible, clerk?
Sarah?
I'll second that motion, Councillor Bothwell.
Yes, I'm just drafting it up right now.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Anyhow, did you hear me, Mayor Jordan?
Yes, we have you as the seconder, Councillor Sharp. Should we continue with the comment? Councillor Frake? Councillor Frake, you're muted. Councillor Frake, you're muted.
There. Somehow I just muted myself. So anyway, Susan, thank you for the presentation, and my heart goes out to you. I never could understand why people feel they have the right to dump their garbage out on the sidewalks or into the streets or into parking lots and so on and so forth. It's just total lack of respect, I must admit. But I've been down in your area this past week 3 or 4 times, and yeah, I would hate to have all those cars parked on that side of the street as well, especially if I lived in any of those condos. So I would certainly support that motion going forward, and hopefully we can sort that out for you. It makes sense to have it on the north side. There's no question about that. So hopefully we can get something going for you. And thank you for coming out. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate you listening to our concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
There we go. So many buttons to press there. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, Susan. And
You're welcome.
I'm down there a lot too. It's a great place to go. It's a gem for Grimsby. It truly is. Just the question I do have, and maybe you can't answer it, but I just thought I'd ask anyways. Do you know approximately how many parking spots are in that area that we'd be looking to move to the other side? I know staff can move on this one too, but I'm just curious if you had any idea roughly.
I have no idea. No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. No.
It's not marked. They're not painted in. It's just a free for all of who can park along the south side.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you for that information too. Then I look forward to a report coming from staff. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to our presenter. Thank you, Susan. I remember that originally being on the north side, and as Councillor Bothwell said, we somehow moved it to the south. I always felt more comfortable on the north side because people having to now cross the street when they park on the south side, and there's a safety issue there, and it isn't well delineated, and that's why I guess when you took that picture of the car parked in front of the ramp, they might not even been aware that they parked in front of the ramp when they did it because, you know, people are distracted. So yeah, that needs to change, and I'll be supporting moving it to the north side. And thanks for your presentation again.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I have just one question for town staff. Is it possible for us to put some signage at, I guess it's the lights at, is it the corner of Place Polonaise or Waterview? So because if you're coming down Hunter Road and then you turn right onto Place Polonaise, you have to park facing the direction of traffic, right? So if we could put some signage up at the traffic lights where you would enter onto that road to say like, parking for waterfront trail is this way, because that way, otherwise you're going to get people that will come down Hunter Road, turn right, and then have to do a 3-point turn to get into a parking spot, because you'll have to face west if it's on the north side. And so if we could have some method of telling people or directing people parking for waterfront trail, and then they can enter, so that it makes it it could be a problem, especially on busier days if you got cars doing 3-point turns, and especially if you got all the spots filled, because then there's not much space for a 3-point turn. And the other thing is painting of those lines. Can we paint the lines similar to downtown? You kind of delineate where the spaces are. You leave a little X behind showing A, where the entrance is, you don't park there, and B, giving a little bit of space so that people can get out. And then it just makes the spaces more efficient. If there's a certain amount of spots and they're lined up, people will try and park in their spots. But if you don't, then you might have one car parking in 2 spots accidentally. So I can repeat the questions, but first the signage and then the painting.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Brandon, did you want to comment on that?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just say if the I guess motion's carried, we'd be happy to look at those 2 items and put them on our list for things to review and bring back to council.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no
Thanks.
further questions or comments, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the delegation by Susan Coyne be received and that staff be directed to review the feasibility of relocating parking to the north side of units 36 to 74 and bring a report back to the committee of the whole. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Susan. Have a great evening.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, we have a delegation by Susan Manuel. The CAO is going to give an introduction.
Thank you very
To
much,
Susan.
Mayor. Thank you very much, Mayor. I just want to introduce Susan as a very dedicated volunteer. She's been working side by side with Adam June on the Business Retention and Expansion Project. And with Adam being away, Susan's continuing on and making sure that we move on the momentum that's been established. So thank you, Susan, and your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Susan. You're ready. We're ready to go.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the slides. Thank you. Thank you, Donna. Okay. Mayor Jordan and members of council, I am pleased to provide you with an update and overview of the Business Retention and Expansion Initiative as we prepare for our marketing launch on April 29th. Advanced slide. In this presentation, I will review the following project elements: project introduction and key goals, program development and activation, survey sample plan and focus areas, high-level project work plan and key success factors, in progress and next steps, and our April 29th marketing launch. Advanced slide. The GDAC working group members of the Business Retention and Expansion Initiative are Councillor Kevin Ritchie, myself as a GDAC member, Rebecca Shelley, Grimsby and District Chamber of Commerce and project co-sponsor, Adam June, Economic Development Officer, and Rachel Balcondran, Town Staff Resource. The purpose of the working group is the implementation of the OMAFRA BRE program in the town of Grimsby, utilizing the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs Rural Economic Development Program methodology, funded in part by the province with in-kind support from the Grimsby and District Chamber of Commerce. Advanced slide. In May, we will be reaching out to all Grimsby businesses to participate in an OMAFRA business survey on our soon-to-be launched Let's Talk Business portal on the Town of Grimsby website. The business data collected, once analyzed, will provide the opportunity to implement the following project goals. Support local businesses so that they can grow, create jobs, and stay in Grimsby. Develop and activate an action plan to encourage business development opportunities and investment in job creation. Collect critical business and market data to support and inform the economic development planning efforts of the town now and into the future. Advanced slide. We are working closely with OMAFRA's proven methodology for program development and project management, from stage 1 preparation, collect and analyze, develop goals and action plans, and stage 4, implement and monitor, utilizing OMAFRA's survey tools specific to industry, including 5 additional Grimsby unique questions, providing trackability for an annualized program, and supported by best practices and training. Advanced slide. Though we encourage and provide opportunity for all Grimsby businesses to participate in the OMAFRA survey and BRNE program, the following sample plan outlines the elements in play and minimum number of businesses required for effective data analysis. Areas of focus: sector, industrial manufacturing, retail service, restaurants, and commercial, broken down by business size, number of employees, and geography, west, east, and downtown, showing current minimum totals required for analytics by sector, with 115 completed surveys in total required. Methodology due to COVID will all be online, including telephone follow-up and direct mail outs for industrial manufacturing, which will be our key focus. Advanced slide. Survey focus areas are business climate, what's it like to do business in Grimsby, future plans, expansion, contraction, new markets, diversification, business development, industry sector outlooks, sales projections, workforce, availability, skills readiness, recruitment, community development, local strengths and weaknesses, and Grimsby's 5 questions. Advanced slides. The following outlines our high-level project working plan and timeline with some dates still to be finalized. The chart provides an overview of key deliverables and the life cycle of the project. April 29th launch kicks off our marketing campaign to local businesses, with our survey in market later in May, followed by survey analysis through August, preliminary and final report development and communication starting in September, and activating action plans and preparing for our 2022 BRNE annual initiative. The OMAFRA project formally ends December 31st of this year, but the BRNE initiative in Grimsby is ongoing. Advanced slide. Success factors. To be successful, we will need to engage the interest and participation of local businesses. Marketing will be a critical success factor in reaching our goals. Awareness and call to action promotions, social media, newspaper ads, direct mailing, and direct outreach, postcards and printed material, including the launch of Let's Talk Business on the town website, providing program information, updates, survey registration, and access. Outreach and support from local stakeholder groups, amplifying awareness, operational participation and engagement, business owner participation, including opportunities for incentives and to provide value-added information, and commitment to an annualized BRNE program, allowing us to track year over year our results. Advanced slide. In progress and next steps. We are currently moving from stage 1 of the OMAFRA process to stage 2, project preparation to collect and analyze. OMAFRA training program will be completed this week by working group members. The launch of marketing program on April 29th. Finalization of survey tools on Let's Talk Business, and the survey launch later in May. Advanced slide. Our marketing launch to businesses is April 29th. Program marketing will engage Grimsby businesses through local newspapers and social media. The initiative will be promoted through the town's website. Program information and updates will be posted regularly. Surveys will begin later in May. Businesses will be able to pre-register through the town website business portal in early May. Advanced slide. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation, Susan. Certainly an exciting program, and Grimsby businesses will be looking forward to it, I'm sure. Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Through you to Susan, great project. As Chair GDAC, I just want to say, just make mention of the good hard work that the groups are working on. We have two groups, one with Economic Development Strategy, and the other is the BR&E group, and they're very, very dedicated GDAC members. And again, Susan, as taking this as a project lead, I want to thank you very much for bringing this forward to council. As you mentioned, we're going April 29th is the marketing launch time. So excellent presentation. I just want to give one quick comment, just to the work that GDAC has been doing, even with what's been involved with the COVID. The committee has been very proactive. Actually, back in when we had the first wave of COVID, GDAC, members of GDAC worked with town staff, Nancy Simon, and actually we were phoning businesses. Nancy got a whole lot of phone numbers to the committee members, and we all got together and reached out to the local business to see how Grimsby could assist the business community. So again, great work, great committee members there. Thanks very much, Susan.
Thank you.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Hi, Susan. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good. Nice, but good presentation. Thank you. I'm just curious. We've been 2 years into GDAC now, more than 2 years, and your presentation is great. I see a lot of work and put into planning and analysis and marketing and so on and so forth. I'm just curious as to what are the metrics you would use to measure your success? I mean, for us as a town, I mean, I would think that economic development has to give us something back in terms of like taxes. I mean, if otherwise we're kind of spinning our wheels, if we don't have a metric around payback, from, like in taxes or employment, I didn't see any metrics in there that relate to that. Can you talk to me about that a bit?
Absolutely. Yes. The AMAFRA program that we're currently on is meant to help us build a foundational base to actually do that. What we need is the metrics and the feedback from our community to understand where the opportunities are and where the gaps are so that we can grow the businesses that we currently have and also retain them. So this is not intended to actually go in with metrics as much as to be able to build a complete understanding of your business market and from that their needs, and then to be able to forecast out and create a strategy around what those metrics should be to equal success.
Yeah, because if we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in consultants and staff time and so on and so forth, and we're not seeing anything back in our coffers in terms of money, in taxes, it's kind of worthless, a worthless effort. The other thing is,
sorry, do you mind if I just cut in for a sec?
Yeah, go ahead, Jen.
Okay, I think right now those hundreds of thousands of dollars that you're speaking to aren't really hundreds of thousands of dollars, but they're part of trying to build a plan on how we move forward with building additional businesses into our community, expanding the ones we've got and retaining them. So I think that there isn't a plan on the table yet on how to move forward. We're trying to build that to come up with an effective one with the support of council. So I think the businesses in the community would like that support, and hopefully it is not that costly, but I don't think that it's not a worthwhile endeavor.
So that leads into my next question is, have you identified, or how do you identify the companies that might want to look at retention, or you want to look at them for retention or expansion? How do you identify those particular companies? Do you have a plan there?
So this survey actually does that. this survey is a proven methodology from OMAFRA that actually vets that out for us. It finds out which businesses are trying to expand, which ones don't think they can stay here long-term because there's not land availability, which businesses have skilled trades issues, are not able to employ enough skilled trades to run their businesses, which businesses have town issues that are holding them back from expanding or being healthy. So this whole process lays the foundation for us to actually come up with a strategy to move forward. And in the intent of bringing that to council is to work through step by step with you so that we're all moving forward in the same place. So your feedback and your concerns and your ideas are just as important as what we're trying to build that foundation to move forward.
So the survey will go out to, like, is there some type of prioritization of what businesses you approach first versus second versus third, or is it just like scattergun, or how does that work?
Little bit two ways. We will go out to every business in Grimsby and encourage them to participate and collaborate with us. It's part of why the Let's Talk Business site will be ongoing so that we can actually have ongoing collaboration. Our focus is our commercial manufacturing area, which if we lost any of those, that's a big hit on Grimsby. And we really don't know what their needs are right now, but we think that probably expansion is going to be an issue for them because of land availability. So we focused on them, so they will have a deeper dive and we will be calling them directly. We'll be sending out direct mail outs to them. We will be ensuring that we provide that personal contact to get as many of them as possible.
Okay, so I would assume that you would probably start with the larger companies, industrial, commercial,
That's what I'm doing.
companies as your
That's what we're
priority.
doing.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, good news. Look forward to your next report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much, Susan. Appreciate the presentation. I have a few questions. And my first one is, I guess, how reliable is the data going to be given that we're in a pandemic? This is not the normal state of affairs for business. So, I'm sure if you're talking to any restaurants right now, they're not thinking about expansion. They're thinking about whether or not they close, and it's got probably nothing to do with what the town can or can't offer. So I guess that's question one. And I know you always need a baseline, but gosh, it's like a horrible time to be taking a baseline because it's not really reflective of.
Can I answer that question first?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. There is a COVID response. There is multiple layers of this survey, and one of them is the COVID response. So there are going to be businesses where the issues are COVID related. And there's a lot of times we don't know what we can do for businesses because we don't know what they need. And a lot of times there's opportunities for low hanging fruit. So we will at the very least have that information. Also, not just on if times were normal, what would I have done or what were we planning on doing, but also for COVID. On your point, is everyone busy right now worrying about COVID and this is not a priority? That's going to be our challenge, and we're going to do whatever it takes to reach out to these businesses and have them do the survey and show the value for it. But I think that we need to show them that there's value, that we're actually listening and that we're considering what we can do as a town to support these businesses and their health and growth and future in Grimsby. And that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay. One of the concerns I have about the initiative writ large is I do feel that I know you're a working group of the committee. There's a bit of I worry about the connectivity between that group and council. And, I think there needs to be something more formalized where it reports to council. So, I'm always a little worried to see a group off on its own doing whatever without having the kind of council oversight that I guess makes me feel more comfortable. And, the sort of part two of that question is, how are you going to use counselors as part of this engagement strategy with businesses? Because I think the business community wants to hear from their counselors.
Mhm.
And if I look at for myself, and of course, Councillor Cadwell, there's a good portion of our downtown that's in Ward 2. And there's a good portion of businesses that are, in the new developments in Ward 4. So I guess I'd like to know, what's your plan for ensuring counselors are engaged in this process, actively engaged, and not just, here to listen to what you've been doing?
Okay. First of all, I don't know that me personally, that I could totally answer your comment about being connected to council. What I can tell you is my perception of that as a member of GDAC and working on the working group. I'm here today to make sure that you have full disclosure and transparency and the opportunity to ask these questions, and for us to consider any of these pieces that you would like addressed in this working group. I don't think at any point GDAC does not want to partner with council. That's the last thing we want to do. If anything, we're very happy to come and do this, and we want your participation, and we want this to be successful. So, how you take that on a formal reporting level, I think that's out of my pay grade, which is 0. But I don't think anyone in this advisory group would not want to do that anyway. So if you want to formalize that, we're happy to do that. Like, we're not, there's no advantage to us doing this in a microcosm. We can't be successful that way. So I hear you, but I don't think I'm the decision maker in it, but I don't think anyone would not want to do that. On the second part, on the initial taking of the survey, there's very few of us, and actually it was only Adam and I at the time, that will be directly connecting with businesses because of confidentiality. And I can provide you with copies of the surveys if you want to see them. They are MAFRs, they're proven. It's not optional, we can't play with them, but they are very deep. And it takes a lot of confidence for these businesses to share this kind of information. And I come from large corporations. People don't share this easily. We are the only two in a confidential situation that would have these conversations with businesses. So them doing it, and the only visibility to it. On the other hand, on the other side of the data is the analytics and the opportunity for counselors to go back to their communities with good, solid information and know where to take that and know where to partner back. So it's not that we're going to hold that information, but we have a confidentiality that we need to maintain, or businesses aren't going to have these conversations with us.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm really happy to see that you're using a validated tool, because I think some of the surveys that we've put up are not necessarily, I'd say, statistically valid or asking the kinds of questions that are going to get us the information that we need. So I'm glad that you're using a validated tool from OMAFRA. I mean, that's great. I'll just say, keep in mind how you can use counselors when you start doing that kind of engagement piece, because I think people want to hear from their counselors.
Absolutely.
And
so there will be a prime or an initial report that'll come out with trends, and which we'll bring back to council. Okay. And there's opportunities at that point for you to look at your wards and your businesses and know where to head off because of those trends on actually partnering back with them. But that will then also allow them to have a confidential environment on their own specific business information.
So, I mean, just, in follow up on my final comment is that, because council is responsible for policy, we need to be more than just informed, right? We want to be able to direct. So, or at least I certainly do. Maybe that's my nature, but just to let you know that that because we're responsible for policy, it's really critical that we're engaged in setting some of the directions of this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Susan. Thank you, Susan. I got to hear it twice now. I heard it last week because Susan's also on the chamber board and made the presentation last week. And I think you're going in the right direction. This is something that I think any time would be valuable, but I think even more valuable looking at the circumstances right now. We've never been in a situation like this ever before. And so I think this can only help. And just, I was thinking as Councillor Vardy was talking about engagement, I thought, well, this is just an idea, a suggestion. Would once you got some of this data, would a lunch and learn Zoom video meeting with us in these businesses on a, on a friendly basis? We don't want to ask too many questions, but once we start to see which direction we're going, would that be a valid way of reaching out to some of these businesses?
Thank you. I think there's lots of opportunities to bring focus groups together, to go out and find, industry leaders within sectors and ask them to come together with council and do brainstorming. But the nice thing is you can do that based on information. You'll know where they're feeling good and where they have concerns. And so rather than just having the conversation go everywhere, you can be prepared with specific areas that we focus on when we facilitate those meetings, and also have some ideas on how you might improve them, or, so that it becomes a really productive meeting. But absolutely, we can do that.
Yeah, the one thing I like about the Zoom meeting is that especially smaller businesses, one or two owners, or one owner and one staff member, it's very awkward for them to get out of their business at any given time. So having the opportunity to have something like a Zoom meeting might encourage more activity with especially the small businesses. So something, keep up the great work. We're lucky to have you. I see that.
Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I want to thank Susan for her dedication and her hard work and your volunteer week coming up. And your expertise and your contributions are much appreciated. Thank you for putting this together. Just a quick question. You mentioned a web portal, Let's Talk Business. Why are we not using the Let's Talk Grimsby platform for your outreach, and why not?
Okay, so we're using Bang the Table. Let's Talk Business is an ongoing support to business retention and expansion, which we will be doing initiatives every year to move into different sectors along with the strategy. It is embedded in Let's Talk Grimsby. Let's Talk Grimsby is for any resident in Grimsby. We wanted the businesses to have a specific portal so that updates were specific to business, that surveys, and also, like, when we actually start to extract the analysis, we want to be able to deal with specific issues and provide opportunities where we say, we've heard you, right? And we can say, council's heard you. And here's 3 solutions that we've come up with. And just as much as you allow residents to vote and tell you which one they want or whether that'll work for them, there's an opportunity to do that for businesses. I think if we embed that in Let's Talk Grimsby, it weakens the focus on business on a communication level. So it's packaging. It's on the same site. We're using the same tools, but the businesses will see that they have a business site, and we call it Let's Talk Business. So when we go out with advertising, when we have focus groups, when we send out surveys, it's the same branding and the same messaging.
Okay, so just so I understand, you are using the Bang the Table.
Yes.
Within the contract we currently have with them, and you're just doing a different portal, embedded portal within the package that we have that's sort of separate, but still you can draw all the analytics that we draw from the Let's Talk Grimsby. Is that right?
That's correct. And we're actually able with our budget, because we are sharing the same portal, is to help finance the portal overall.
So is there I know we have a package right now with Let's Talk Grimsby. Is there an added cost then to the portal that you're proposing?
No, there's an added benefit. Because we're going to share it, we will be able to pay up to half the price of your annual cost this year for that portal.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Susan, great job. Listening to all the questions. You did a good job, but did a fantastic job answering the questions. There's some, what I'm hearing though, is I'm hearing some confusion, I think, amongst some of the councillors. So I just wanted to give a little background and assistance to this. So when GDAC first started, we set, back when we were first elected, or not when it first started, but when we were first elected, we set some goals and ideas out there. And one of them was to look at a BR&E program. And of course, as everything goes through, that year, we actually applied for a RED grant for the retention program. And we weren't successful the first year. And but we said we're going to keep at it, and we were going to reapply the following year. COVID hit, we had reapplied, and we were successful in the RED grant. So, and when COVID hit, we started to make some phone calls as a group to our businesses. And astonishing enough, almost every single person that I called, and I called quite a few, hundreds of businesses. We had basically 10 a week or something we were doing. We did over a period of time. Had never heard from the town of Grimsby itself reaching out. So that put more emphasis on us with this RED grant. And does COVID create a lot of issues with our results and all the rest? Sure it does. But those phone calls reiterated that we need to do something because we haven't done anything in a long time. So with the RED grant program, this is through OMAFRA, and the direction is through the RED is through OMAFRA in our RED grant. So when we're talking about metrics at this time, the metrics are built into our application. So at this time, all we're doing is trying to set up a foundational tool, if that's how I can say, to support our businesses. And this is the first step to try and set up the foundational tool. And then that will be brought back to council, and council, then my understanding, will decide whether they want to support this on an ongoing year-to-year basis, or whether they say, no, it's not worth our time. But that's what this is. This has all been approved through, council has approved this, has supported the RED grant application, and we were awarded the RED grant, and that's where we're at today. And that's more about the presentation you see today is again, transparency and accountability on how we're proceeding through this RED grant application and how we are awarded the RED grant. So how we're working through the situation. So I don't know if that helps, Susan, but I just wanted to make sure that this is all based on the RED grant application that we were awarded.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Ritchie. Seeing no further questions or comments, thank you very much, Susan, for your presentation. It was certainly fulsome, and you did a great job answering all of council's questions. So have a good evening, and I'm sure we'll hear from you and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Good night.
Night. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the presentation from the BR&E working group be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Regional Councillor Furtick with a Regional Council update. Welcome, Councillor Furtick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Welcome, and thank you for the opportunity. I certainly, the first thing, I guess, that the presentation by Susan follows in line with what we had our town hall meeting, which was a couple of weeks ago, and it was all in reference to small business. And if I might suggest, Mayor Jordan, is that the council receive a summary of what the OMAFRA grant is all about, because when you read that, you'll find out that there's a lot of things in there that come to the forefront. And certainly Susan seems to have her handle on it. She did a great job tonight presenting this. As well as I want to compliment again Mr. Schlang for his presentation at our town hall meeting that the three regional councillors had. Last Friday, our COVID meeting with the public health, Dr. Hirji, just a couple of things that I'd like to mention. And I think it's very important that the public knows that as of last week, there was 71,000 vaccination that was given to the Niagara region. They did, in fact, inoculate 73,000. So somebody was saying that there was samplers, not samples, but inoculations that were sitting in the fridges and not being put out. That's not true. It's completely wrong. And the reason there is more is because in the Pfizer, there's supposed to be five needles to come out of there, but in most cases there were 6. And the other one, Madeira, was, I believe, 10. And they always got the extra one, which was 11. So that's why there's more people that have been inoculated and vaccinated, even though they've only got 71,000. So nothing is sitting on the shelves in Niagara, I can assure you. We need more. We want more. So just 1 second here. The prioritization is going to change. I think you have seen maybe in the last couple of days, it's going to go down to 40, but that's because of the other dosages that are coming. The average per 1,000 on the L3M, by the way, is about averages across the province. The biggest concern and the biggest issue that we have is that we can't emphasize more of staying home and wearing your mask, washing your hands. We're in a bad spot right now, and I guess you can understand why the Premier is sort of scrambling in some of the things that have happened in the last week. Waste Management Planning Steering Committee met yesterday, and we're doing a strategic plan. In that strategic plan, there's a lot of upgrading of the landfills, and Grimsby is one of them. It's going through the design stage this year. Next year, possibly there could be some construction, and it's got to do with changing the concrete pads on the weigh scales and that sort of thing. So those upgrades will, of course, I think Grimsby's at 1.5 million. We have looked at the proposal for the Niagara Falls Hospital, the new hospital. It looks like they're going to be looking for about $44.5 million. So we're very happy that Grimsby has got their 12.6. Other than that, Mayor, everything seems to be running fairly well. We're still quite busy, of course, with COVID, and I'm sure it's just same as the municipality. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the update, Councillor, Regional Councillor Furtick. Councillor Ritchie has a question for you.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Not so much a question, but because Councillor Furtick had made mention about the OMAFRA program and the great work that Susan did, I also just want to go back and state that, Kelly Provost, when she used to, and I believe that's, I don't want to mispronounce her name, but Provost was the one who she used to attend our GDAC meetings back when we were allowed to do them in person. And she played a very integral role in the RED grant application. I just wanted to make sure that she's recognized, that she's part of the regional staff. And so I just wanted to say thank you for allowing her to come and support the town of Grimsby. She did great work. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad that the region does reach out and does help. That's what we're there for. Thank you, Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just to Councillor Furtick, you mentioned waste management, and I just was thinking, there's some good articles in the St. Catharines Standard the last few days with regards to the region and with organics too. Is there any plans at all for the region moving forward to possibly using the new owners of the former biodigester? Is that any plans evolving in that way at all? Just curious.
Through the mayor to Councillor Cadwell, the strategic plan, the waste management plan steering committee is doing, is going to take into consideration all of those things. It could also take in consideration for not only the biodigester, but it could be burning. Where are we going to get rid of our waste management? Where are we going to get rid of our waste? Where are we going to do with another thing that's going to come up fairly soon is our recyclables, because the province is in fact asking it to be outsourced. So there is a possibility, it's still in the works, of the recycled depool to possibly be sold. So there's a whole bunch of things that would take into consideration for that. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you for the response, Councillor. Yeah, what made that come to mind for me before the lockdown? I was coming back from Niagara Falls, and two or three of the GFL garbage trucks. I passed them. They passed me a little bit on the highway. I thought, wow, maybe they're coming from West Niagara, and they're getting rid of their organics and recyclables all the way to Niagara Falls. So hopefully down the road we can look at a better way of doing that type of business. And again, thank you for your response.
Well, through the mayor to you, Councillor Cadwell, the ones that are going to Niagara Falls are the recyclables, which is the gray box and the
green box, yep,
and the blue box. No, well, not all. No, not particularly. They go to. I think some goes to Humberson.
Further.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is anyway.
It is.
Yeah.
My days on the landfill, I remember that, Councillor, as you were too. Thank you.
Did you work the back of the truck?
Just to further with the company that took over the biodigesters is Scarpment Renewables, and they're a great corporate citizen for the town of Grimsby. And them being a private cutting edge company, I'm sure they're exploring options with the region to divert green waste. So that's something I know they always want to expand that property, and so they will be looking at green waste diversion, as the region is as well. So
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mayor. Thank you.
thank you very much, Councillor Furtick, and you have a good evening.
Well, thank you very much. I see you have me on the council meeting, actually is number 12. So I'll skip that one tonight, okay?
All right, we won't look for you then.
All right.
We passed your bedtime.
Thank
All right,
you.
so up next we have the consent agenda. Need a mover and seconder. We've got Councillor Bothwell and Councillor Vardy. Councillor Bothwell, did you want to lift something?
Yes, please. Mayor Jordan, I'd like to lift 8.1B, the banking signing authorities.
All right. I don't see his hand. Pardon? Okay. All right. Councillor Cadwell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. If I'm out of turn here, you can let me know. But can we have some discussion with the Nellis Boulevard on-street parking? Am I getting ahead of the game here?
Yeah, that's later in the agenda, I believe.
Okay. I look forward to that. Thank you.
All right, so we have the rest of the consent agenda. I have a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items, and that the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Ontario Ombudsman Report regarding February 16th, 2021 Council meeting, and DPW 21-10 2020 Development Charges Background Study, Addendum number 1. All in favor? That's carried. All right. Now we're going to discuss report FIN 21-06, Banking Signing Authorities. Who's going to take the lead on that? All right, CAO.
Yes, our treasurer, Mel Steele, will be addressing this. Is there any questions from Councillor Bothwell?
Councillor Bothwell?
I do have a number of questions, and I can address them to Mel if the CEO would prefer. If that's okay with you, Mayor Jordan?
Yes, that's fine. Go ahead, Councillor Bothwell.
So I was just reading the report that was prepared by Melanie, the interim director of finance. And the purpose is to address council's information request on who the banking signing authorities are as of March 30th. My information request specifically asked for the signing authorities as of March 31st, not the 30th. So the information here is a little bit not what I was looking for. And perhaps you can help clarify. In your analysis comments, you indicate as of March 30th, there were no staff members in the roles. And as a result, staff obtained legal advice and worked with the bank to authorize appropriate town staff to sign checks. And at that time, you said until new incumbents were selected, the bank confirmed that the clerk and the manager of procurement were appropriate to sign checks during the transition. As of what date were the clerk and the manager of procurement designated as signing officers with the bank?
So through the mayor to the councillor, the process to change the signing authorities began on March 30th. So I do apologize if I got the date wrong on your information request, but I do believe the information provided would be the same. And the bank requires us to complete signing cards and send them back to the bank. So that was completed throughout the remaining of the week from March 30th to the end of that week, which I believe was around April 1st and 2nd. And the clerk and the manager of procurement signed checks later in that week once those signing cards had been provided back to the bank. That's my understanding of the events.
Okay, because I would like specific confirmation of what dates the signing officers were changed at the bank, because I think it's critical council is aware, because we have responsibility in the Municipal Act to ensure that those proper delegations are in place at the proper time. So I don't see that in this report. So the CEO maybe confirm who the signing authorities were on March 31st at the bank?
CEO.
I could get that for you, Councillor.
You don't have it off the top of your head? Considering
No, the team, Sarah Kim and the manager of procurement was working on this at that time. So we can get that back to you exactly.
Okay, because it says here that there were no, outside of signing checks, no other signing authorities were required during March 3rd to April 19th. So I have concerns that I'd like to know as my question, my actual information request was as of March 31st, I didn't get that answer. Okay, so I don't feel that this report addresses my information request. And also, were there any other signature cards or signing authorities endorsed or invoked following the March 31st, whoever was appointed at that time? I also questioned that the manager of procurement being a signing officer, just because of the auditor's report in 2017 about the segregation of duties and the financial internal controls within the financial system. And at that time, there were not adequate financial controls to ensure the segregation of duties. And I'm concerned that if there was any event of conflict of interest or the procurement officer having an involvement with a contract and then also being the one that clicks the button to release the check, there's a bit of a problem with segregation of duties there. The other thing is the bylaw itself that's being presented to us tonight is retroactive. I have a serious concern since I have not had the answers to who the signatories are with the bank as of March 31st, or if it had changed since that date to today, because the bylaw is asking us to retroactively appoint persons that were not appointed according to this memo from, the interim director is mentioning that the signing authorities at some point after March 30th were the procurement director and the clerk, yet the bylaw does not authorize them in this bylaw as signing officers. So we'd actually be fraudulently approving a bylaw retroactively for where it doesn't even cover the people who were signing at that time. So I have real concerns about how we're doing that. And I don't agree with the retroactively doing a delegation instrument, especially under, like, I work under the Financial Administration Act with the Government of Canada and multi-million-dollar budgets, and I wouldn't be able to do this. So I just don't understand how as a municipality we can do that. I have serious concerns, especially because the goal that's under accountability and transparency says build trust and confidence in the town's operations and services. And I don't feel as a council we're meeting that without having all of the information at hand when this bylaw is presented. So I didn't get the answer I wanted tonight on who the signing officers were on March 31st. I need to know if there were any changes to them between then and now, and any additions at the bank. I think the council deserves to see those documents so that we understand exactly what bylaw we're approving. I didn't see any reference to the December 3rd, 2018 motion that was approved by council that put in place delegated signing authorities. There's no reference at all in your memo to that motion, Melanie, at council on December 3rd, 2018, which was resolved that the following officers be authorized as signing authorities for banking purposes. And that was the mayor, Jeff Jordan, named CAO Derek Brandt, Director of Finance Stephen Gruninger, Assistant Director of Finance Deputy Treasurer Sonia Bovin, and the Manager of Accounting Noreen Broom. I only see that your bylaw is referencing the 2016 bylaw and amending it. So I didn't see any reference to that motion from council either being rescinded or whether there was that was in place. So I have serious concerns about how this bylaw is being presented. I have serious concerns on the lack of information that we've received with respect to this as councillors. A number of other municipalities have clear delegation instruments that provide for which directors have designated authority. So I would just ask that I'm not comfortable moving this forward without having all the information at hand. Thank you.
CAO?
So noted by the councillor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I endorse what Councillor Bothwell is saying 100%, and I wouldn't be comfortable approving that bylaw as it currently sits. The other thing is I'm just a bit surprised that we've put the manager of procurement as a signing officer. I mean, it's a total conflict of interest. I've never seen this before in any of my previous life in the corporate world. certainly it's not much any different in the municipal world to put people in that position. So I would strongly suggest we change that and revise the bylaw to reflect that person should not have signing authority. So I just like to add that to the list of things that Councillor Bothwell has mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm reading in this report here that town staff obtained legal advice and worked with the bank to authorize the appropriate town staff be permitted to sign checks ensuring business continuity of the town under new incumbents were selected. So with getting legal advice, I don't have a problem moving forward with this bylaw. I mean, legal advice was sought. I mean, I'm not sure what Councillor Bothwell is trying to look for or what she's trying to dig up here. I mean, before that, I'm not sure, you know, I hear certain things that things weren't changed, whatever the case was, who knows? But anytime before that, I mean, I believe there's a lot of mistakes that were happened in the past. And I sit there and look, and that now that we have a legal opinion, and this is how they've proceeded through our legal, that are experts in the municipal world.
Councillor Ritchie, if I can just give you a point of clarification on the legal advice. I contacted John Maskrin today and asked for his legal advice, and he said he only gave verbal legal advice. And I wanted to present to council his report on this, and I was only given that he gave verbal legal advice. And certainly a lawyer has told me before that written legal advice is actually the advice you'd want.
Well,
so if you want to continue.
Thanks for that. But I just, you know, legal advice is legal advice in my mind. I don't see why our legal would be lying to us or treating us any differently, whether it's written or verbal. That's my own opinion. So again, I do not see any problems moving forward with this at this time. Yeah, I trying to figure out what Councillor Bothwell and everyone's looking for here, and I just can't see it.
Thank you, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Bothwell.
I'll just clarify for Councillor Ritchie, it's not what I'm looking for, it's what I asked for, which I didn't receive. I asked specifically who the signing authorities were on March 31st, and I did not receive that. The legal advice, I would ask the CEO what the question was to our legal team, because if it was, can I go ahead and appoint the procurement officer to sign? You know, was that the question? We don't know what the question was. Was the question, can we go ahead and backdate a bylaw that is a financial delegation instrument that doesn't agree with the signatories at the bank? Because the memo itself says that the signatories at the bank were Director of Procurement and the clerk. And yet the bylaw that we're looking at approving tonight does not have the procurement officer in it at all. So we'd be approving a bylaw that is retroactive to a time when, and it's, the clerk's not in it. And I mean, the procurement officer is not in it. And yet the procurement officer was a signing officer. So I would really be interested to hear how legal advised the CAO that it was okay to do two things: appoint the Director of Procurement, understanding that there's a potential of a conflict of interest or a lack of segregation of duties and internal control, and if that guidance was sought. And secondly, if the bylaw wording was actually reviewed and vetted by legal, and to ensure that it covered the period of which Melanie is saying the procurement officer was a signing officer, when yet it's not even addressed in the bylaw. So I'd like the CEO to ask if, you know, what specific questions were asked of legal, because I see a huge conflict here in what we're being provided with and what Melanie has put in her report. That would be great if he can clarify what he asked legal, because, you know, maybe he didn't ask the direct question that answered this, because I'm retroactively, I can't see how we can approve a bylaw that we had a signing officer that was a procurement officer from March 30th till now, apparently. And yet this bylaw doesn't even have the procurement officer in it. And yet we've had her signing things. So if the CEO could answer that, that would help, and tell me what advice he received from legal.
Melanie is going to be. Yeah.
So through the mayor to the councillor, the intent with the revised bylaw in front of you is that any one manager in finance represents, includes the manager of procurement. So at this time, there's 3 management roles in the finance division, one being the manager of procurement, 2 of which are vacant. And the intent was to get the flexibility through that assignment of that position. So our interpretation of the way we're presenting this bylaw is that any one manager of finance includes a manager of procurement.
And sorry, I would not agree with that because that's not her title. And she has a specific title and it is not manager of finance. So I would not agree with that interpretation. And I would ask if legal actually would interpret it the same way. The bank wouldn't. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. Just listen to all the comments and that. So I think it sounds like we're going to be deferring this this for the time being.
There hasn't been a motion to defer. So Councillor Frake.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand too is how do we make signatures retroactive? It just doesn't compute. There's no logic in it at all. I mean, how do you, if something was approved by someone today and you want to make a retroactive 2 weeks ago, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I don't know how we do that, but I can't even understand why legal would go along with that. So it just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So I think we need to revisit this bylaw without a question.
So I can maybe respond to part of that question for the councillor, if that's okay. So we're requesting that the bylaw be made retroactive. You're absolutely right. The signatures that have occurred on checks between March 30th and April 19th are done regardless of what council would choose to do with the bylaw and whether they would choose to make it retroactive or not. Our intent with proposing the bylaw in the way that we have and backdating it was to ensure that it would cover that period and what was done, but council can choose and to provide any direction as they see fit. But the bylaw would be retroactive, but the signatures that have occurred on checks, regardless of whether we make it retroactive or not, are the case and have been authorized by the bank.
I do have a comment. We had a special council meeting April 1st. That's the time in openness and transparency. I really feel that this should have been all taken care of April 1st. The fact that now we're looking at April 19th, we had a council meeting April 6th. So the fact that it's gone this much longer, so we've missed 2 council meetings in order to get this, to try to clear this up, and there seems to be serious gaps in how it is being cleared up. So I just really we should have done this April 1st. We had the opportunity to do this April 1st. That would have been open and transparent, and it would have been done properly in my mind. So Councillor Ritchie, you're next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask whose signatures or who did have signing authority before this? Can I ask that? I have a couple questions here.
Melanie?
So through the mayor, the previous signing authority prior to March 30th would have been the positions listed in the previous bylaw. So the mayor, the town manager, the director of finance, assistant director of finance, and manager of accounting. So those are the positions. The actual signatories on the signature card at the bank prior to May 30th were Mayor Jordan. It was actually still under the previous CAO's signing card. It had not been updated for the current CAO.
So that was Derek Brandt then?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
And then the other 3 positions are the 3 previous incumbents to the role of director of finance, assistant director, finance, and manager of accountant. So we actually only had 4 signatories on the bank prior to March 30th. being the mayor and the 3 previous finance leaders.
Thank you, Melanie. Can I ask you, sorry, I don't want to poke a little bit here, but what date did you start with the town?
April 5th, and I was officially appointed as the treasurer on April 6th at council that evening.
So April 6th, appointed treasurer, takes some time to get to speed. I think that signing authority would be something that the treasurer would look after. I mean, hearing that our former CEO was there, I mean, the last time I checked that he worked for the town was where it was back in February of 2019, and so that's quite some time that those changes should have been made at that time. Those changes should have been made all the way through. Even not to have our CEO, who got hired 7 months after that fact in September, for him not to be on there. I mean, I think there is a major issue here that I see. And I think that I want to thank Melanie for bringing this forward. I'll leave it at that, but I have some other questions. Is the manager of procurement in the financial division?
Through the mayor, the manager of procurement is in the finance division. She reports directly to myself as the interim director of finance and treasurer.
Great, thank you. And it's stated in here that everybody worked with the bank over these signing authorities, correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct. We worked directly with the bank and provided them all the backup they requested to ensure that they were comfortable that the people we were assigning were appropriate.
Thank you. And then the last thing I have is that so here we are today looking to correct this bylaw, and if it's deferred or if it's not passed, would this council not be negligent because we're being made aware of the situation that needs to be changed? We need to change this. By deferring this or pushing this off just means that, okay, so now the date goes from March 30th to April, whatever, or May 1st, whenever the next council meeting is. So I think it's very important to pass this bylaw tonight. There may be some issues. I think those things can be worked out after the fact. But again, so I'm looking at the new bylaw, which says any manager of finance, which would allow the procurement officer, the bank worked with us, the legal worked with us. Again, I think that deferring this or pushing this off just keeps the problem ongoing. Thank you.
CAO, did you have comments? Your hand's up.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Yeah, the whole reason we wanted to wait till the treasurer was appointed, and that was on April 6th. So that was important to bring the treasurer, that was appointed at that time to bring this report forward. I strongly suggest that in that time that we were from March 30th to the treasurer providing this report, I mean, business has to continue, much like emergencies, where we do provide some signing authority. We did work with the banks. Sarah Kim talked to legal to make sure we're okay. So I strongly recommend that council not defer this, approve this. We'll provide some of those other answers to those questions that Councillor Bothwell will ask later, but we had to continue with business. We waited till the treasurer was appointed. This is a good bylaw to go forward with. I strongly suggest you not defer it and approve it tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Barty.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say I share Councillor Bothwell's concerns. And I think what concerns me most is that we're being presented with something because we're trying to cover our tracks because we didn't do it right in the first place. So I'm not comfortable with signing a retroactive bylaw. And, it seems what we're trying to do here is rewrite history, to CYA, so to speak. So, I have to say, it bothers me that it's even being presented in this way, because I think we need to be more open and upfront, particularly when mistakes are being made. And I think a mistake was made here. And so I'm not comfortable with this at all. And I think in moving forward, we need to be, a lot more thoughtful about what we're doing when we do it and plan for the right contingencies when we do them. We voiced concerns at the time that people were being released. And this should have been one of the issues that was thought about at that time, when these issues were being considered, so that it was taken care of and put into place. So I'm not comfortable, and I'm particularly not comfortable but being presented with something that tries to hide the fact that an error was made. Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have to agree with Councillor Vardy on one point, that a mistake was made. Unfortunately, as Councillor Ritchie pointed out, the mistake was made in February 2019 that our acting CAO/treasurer didn't change these things. So I think we have to be very clear about where the mistake was made. This has nothing to do with the current regime, CAO, or anything else. This falls clearly on the treasurer at the time, who was also acting CAO. And I think in the future, I thank both Melanie and Mr. Schlang for catching this error. And I think in the future, we need to have some kind of process in place. And I believe this what COA Schlang has done here, is that we've gone through and reviewed everything after everybody's left, brought it to us at a reasonable time. In the federal government, which was brought up as well, they often pass things that are retroactive. I read the legislation every day as part of my job. So things are often brought up as retroactive. So again, thank you, Mr. Schlang, and thank you, Melanie, for your excellent work in catching this and correcting it. And I accept the fact that you say she's the procurement person is a financial officer. If that's the way legal and the bank see it, then I accept it. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, I have to agree with that I was really taken back that back when in 2019, when everything happened at Town Hall, that this wasn't changed, this wasn't taken care of back then, especially with the former treasurer. And well, who was signing back then? The mayor and the treasurer, right? Is that correct?
So through the mayor,
yeah.
I can't.
Okay,
I
go
haven't
ahead.
gone back sorry. I haven't gone back and looked at checks from 2019, but that is what was in place. And then those other positions are there as the backups or for exceptions if the mayor and the treasurer weren't available. So I have to assume that that's what was occurring, but I have not gone back and looked at checks in 2019 to validate that.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. So I guess my question is the status of the town, if it does get deferred for a very, very short time period? I mean, maybe we can even have a special council meeting if that's the case. But so the status of the town will, from a signing perspective, that'll be ongoing as it is now. I guess maybe
Yeah.
Melanie can help me out on that.
Melanie or CAO?
Yep, so through the mayor, so I would suggest that we have updated our signing cards with the bank. So we actually have proper authorities with the bank that we deal with, and we would continue to rely on those unless we got different direction from council this evening, and then we would do our best to enact those as quickly as possible. But under our current framework, if we want to be issuing checks this week and signing off on electronic fund transfers, we would be using the positions that we've assigned, which we would continue. And now that I'm here as the treasurer, I will be signing, but I would continue to rely on my one manager of finance remaining, which is the manager of procurement, and the town clerk and the CAO as backups.
Thanks, Melanie.
Councillor Bothwell.
Mayor Jordan, point of order. If I could speak, Bothwell and Freak have both spoken
All right.
twice.
Councillor Sharp.
I would like to call the question.
All right, we need a mover and seconder. Councillor Dunstall, Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that report FIN 2106 Banking Signing Authorities dated April 19th, 2021 be received, and that updates to the Banking Signing Authorities bylaw 21-28 as outlined in Appendix A be approved, and that the bylaw to appoint banking signing officers be approved at the April 19th, 2021 council meeting. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
No.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan,
No.
that's defeated.
Sorry, point of inquiry. Are you sure that motion was defeated? Yes. Thank you. Sorry. Okay.
Numbers. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's in a different spot online. We're moving to report 9.1A, report FIN 21-07, environmental sustainability and climate action update. Welcome, Suzanne.
Good evening, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just waiting for the presentation to come up. Just make the screen a little bigger. Great, thank you. So thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight about the Environmental Sustainability and Climate Action Update Report. This report and update is perfect timing as it is not only Earth Week, I also like to call it Earth Month, but it also aligns well with the global movement on climate change and the newly released federal government budget today that was released, which focuses on significant investments in climate change action, infrastructure, clean technology, climate adaptation supports, among many other initiatives. So very exciting to be talking about this today as there is a lot going on nationally and globally in climate change. So the purpose of the report brought forward to you tonight is really to look at the strategic approach to climate change and environmental sustainability at the town. We want to provide that update to council in regards to how this aligns with council's strategic priority under the theme of environment, as well to provide council with an update on the existing actions or recommendations that the town is looking at to enhance climate action and work at the town, as well as propose membership to a nationally recognized program for municipal climate change action. So next slide. So in 2019, council moved forward with council strategic priorities in which one of the themes was environment. This was an exciting addition to the council, to council bringing forward environment as a priority because it really puts Grimsby forward as a leader in environment and climate action. So it was exciting to see this as one of council's key themes, as well as the priority initiatives focusing on building a sustainability lens to become a municipal leader in addressing climate change, and as well as investing in parklands, green space, and erosion control and tree protection. So these were two key directions from council for staff to look at and move environment forward in the organization. Next slide. So the report looks at what would a climate change framework be for the town. So the framework provides three real goals, which is to build on the great work that's been completed or is ongoing at the town, to pull together those existing and then come up with new climate change actions in the framework, and then as well, even more importantly, to report and track the climate change action. Next slide. So in Appendix A, you'll see that there is an overview of a climate change and environmental sustainability framework. The framework has two areas, corporate and community, that pull together existing work and organize and prioritize actions in the different areas for plans, policies, programs, and how you would move actions through different areas of our operations and services. So in the report, we did list some inventory of actions that have taken place that relate to climate change and environmental sustainability. And also, as you can see in this framework, there's two key areas, corporate and community. So the corporate really focuses on how the town can initiate or organize actions on climate change in policies and strategic plans, where in our operations and services certain actions would fit, and what departments would be responsible for those, as well to involve the corporation in different programs, national programs or provincial programs, as well. Even just as important as the corporation is the community. We want to recognize the community role in this framework as well, as we need to include them in community action, because we can't move climate action alone. The municipality can act as a leader and will act as a leader in climate action, but we need the community to get involved. So in this overarching framework, you also need a reporting methodology. So we want to be able to provide council with an update on success to climate change goals. So how are we doing? Where should we focus our actions and our budget? Where are our gaps? So it's also important to note that with the climate change framework, we also need a corporate team. We need a corporate team that represents all of the different departments that come together to define those roles and responsibilities, to identify projects, actions, initiatives, gaps, areas that we can improve our environmental sustainability. So this really is just a framework for where we will be looking to go in the future. It's not something that will be achieved in 2021. There is an incredible amount of work that's been done, but there is also a lot of strategic work to be done. So this is not a 2021 goal, but it is something that we'll be working towards. So next slide. So one of the recommendations, oh, I think there's a slide missing. Yeah, there we go. So to support that framework, we need structure. We also need capacity, staff capacity, funds to help move this work forward in the corporation. So the Partners for Climate Protection is a program that we are recommending that council sign on to for membership. It provides that structure. It provides that reporting framework. There is a 5 milestone program approach where you have each milestone is meant to bring you to the finalization and development of a climate action plan. So you would define an emissions inventory for the corporations of greenhouse gas emissions inventory. You would set a reduction target for council. So that's a carbon reduction target. You develop a local action plan that incorporates the corporation and the community, and you would implement that plan and then measure your progress and results. The town really needs to look at opportunities like this for partnerships and memberships, such as the Partners for Climate Protection Program, because this is a significant amount of work, a significant amount of knowledge and capacity that is required to complete a program like this. And the PCP program is amazing to get involved with because there are those supports. There's technical supports, there's information sharing, there's tools. There's also access to funding opportunities and grant opportunities to the FCM's, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund, something that Grimsby would definitely want to look at and get involved in. Next slide. So there are a few recommendations tonight, and one is looking at the council resolution to join the Partners for Climate Protection Program. So to join the program, it is free, but it does require a commitment from council. So this has to be done through a council resolution. Along with the council resolution, we have to identify a contact, a council member as a contact to the program who really acts as a spokesperson for climate change action and would be called upon to represent Grimsby when required on speaking to the PCP program. Next slide. So here are the 3 recommendations that were provided in the report tonight. And The clerk will be able to advise and assist with the process for nomination and passing of the proposed resolution. Next slide. And I am available for any questions on the report, if there are any.
Thank you very much for your report, Susan. It was very good, and certainly the environment is so important right now, and the timing couldn't have been better, like you said, for Earth Week. Councillor Bothwell.
Are you looking for a nominee, did you say, from council? Because I'd love to put Mayor Jordan's name forward on the form.
I'd like to second that.
Through the chair, I would ask that Sarah Kim take on the responsibility of working through the nomination process.
So would council like to do that first, or would you like to do the discussion first? I think since there is a nomination, we'll just proceed with that. Oh, Councillor Cadwell.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I was just asked just to bring my memory up to speed. We have a couple committees, Active Green, and who are the members of those committees, of the different committees that we do? A couple of those committees.
The Grimsby Green Committee council members that are members are myself, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Bothwell.
Is that the only other committee that we have, like an environment type committee?
Yes, we have active transport, but I don't think that that's really environment.
Okay, thank you. I would like to nominate Councillor Sharp.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that the Active Grimsby Group, we do deal with a bunch of environmentally proactive issues. Like the member state, planting a tree is being active. So yes, and when I look at some of the things that the Green Committee is doing, Active Grimsby, there's a lot of overlap. So I just wanted to say that yes, I do believe that that there is a lot of environmentally things happening in Active Grimsby. So, and I'll second Councillor Cadwell's nomination there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ritchie. That gave me some information I didn't know. So now I know. Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if there's going to be any more nominations, but I think it would be really good, I guess, one, to see if the two people who are nominated are willing to do it, and two, if they could talk a little bit about their background and why they're good candidates for this. So thanks.
Yes, I'd like to stand for being the representative. Councillor Sharp.
Yes, I am a member of the Green Committee, and I would like to accept.
Councillor Frake.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to endorse what Councillor Vardy said there a minute ago. Maybe whoever is interested, just come forward and let them speak on why they should be a member of that particular group, and then go from there.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Maybe Suzanne can help me out here. Sorry. How much time is required? And because it's very important that we get updates from any meetings that would be coming from this committee. So yeah, if you could just give us a bit of a Coles Notes version on what maybe the bit of a commitment time wise, Suzanne. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cadwell, for your question. So obviously this, with COVID, it is a bit of a different year. But the Partners for Climate Protection program, as we do different events, or if we're looking at outreach in regards to our climate action planning, we would expect that counselor would get involved and act as a champion for the program. So there may be some engagements that we would want the counselor to get involved with the community. There also is annually a awards program and through the Partners for Climate Protection program that does take place. So we would expect that counselor, if we were to be involved with the awards program or were to win an award, or we were to achieve a milestone. Also, when you achieve a milestone, you are presented, and the counselor that is representing the program would be expected to be at that event, if it's virtual or in person, to receive the milestone achievement. So there are some engagements as well as some championing that we would expect from the counselor.
Thank you. I'm certainly up to attending that. Councillor Vane?
Can we just have a vote on the candidates that are available right now?
Councillor Sharp, did you want to speak first?
You were nominated first, so I would allow you to speak first, Mayor Jordan.
All right, I'll go ahead. I hold a degree in horticultural science from University of Guelph. After graduating from University of Guelph, I worked in Hawaii. I had an internship at Pacific Tropical Botanical Gardens and was there for, the internship was a little less than a year. So I learned a lot about tropical plants and the tropical environment there. And one thing about Hawaii that I took away from that is what I miss the seasons that we have here. So I was quite happy to come back to Canada and enjoy seasons, but it was a nice time in Hawaii. When I came back from Hawaii, we opened up, I grew up in a greenhouse, family, three generation greenhouse business that was started by my grandfather in 1932. And it was a greenhouse that started integrated pest management well before integrated pest management was a thing. So we were already starting to reduce chemicals in the greenhouse and in the outside environment in 1986 when we opened up Jordan's Garden Store on Main Street West in Grimsby. And I've dedicated my life to trees, nature, and plantings. And it's something that I am very passionate about. I am involved in a nonprofit that specializes in Carolinian forest species. And I really am very enthusiastic about promoting native plant species and tree species in the environment. Especially our ecosystems are under threat throughout the municipality, and just adding species diversity like what's found in the Carolinian forest, which is the most diverse ecosystem in all of Canada. And just the native species and the fact that treeing the environment is something that is very important today. And when we have a habitat that is sustainable, good things happen to the environment. And our in the town, our tree canopy is under threat. And anytime we can plant a tree, it's going to help with that. And anytime we can plant a native tree, it's going to be attracting less pests, and it will attract native beneficial insects, and it just creates a better environment. And as far as other facets of the environment, I am very interested in efficient homes and that type of thing. So I think I would be a great addition to the committee. So thank you very much. Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. So for this climate change committee, some points about me. I'm an engineering technologist, and I have some experience with building technology. Specifically, I work for a modular construction company, and we build buildings off-site. We actually build them here in Grimsby, and we deliver them to site fully constructed. And there's some environmental benefits to that type of construction. People travel only to Grimsby, and I won't go into it, but there are environmental benefits. I am also on the Green Committee, and I'm a member of, we revived a group called the Friends of the 40. We've been cleaning up the 40 Mile Creek for the last 2 years. The most recent was this past weekend. I cleaned up down at the pump house, and the weekend before we did the park behind Food Basics, and back there you get a lot of litter from the Food Basics Plaza, and right now it's spawning season. You have fish, and they're laying eggs, and so we get back there, and it takes an hour, and we clean up. We're also interested in kind of growing the group to make maybe some native plantings, or maybe doing some volunteer work, helping the paths. There's a path behind Remax, and maybe make certain areas more accessible by making stairs, or just allowing people to enjoy the 40 Mile Creek. I also am a gardener at home. I plant apple trees. I planted 4 apple trees in my backyard. They're dwarf apple trees, so they're easier to harvest. And I also plant raspberries and strawberries, and I've had some great success. In the first year, I think I got 15 pounds of strawberries and 22 pounds of raspberries. It was great. And I'm just starting to get apples on my dwarf apple trees, which is really encouraging. With that, I'll close. I'll leave it up to council to decide. Thanks.
The clerk's going to proceed with the vote.
So before I continue, are there any other members of council that are interested? Okay, seeing none, when I call your name, could you please cast a vote between Councillor Sharp or Mayor Jordan? Councillor Bothwell?
Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Dunstall?
Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Frake?
Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Catwell?
Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Ritchie?
Councillor Sharp.
Councillor Sharp? Do you want to vote? Councillor
No.
Rain? Yeah. Councillor Rain?
Sharp.
Pardon me?
Councillor Sharp.
Yes. Councillor Vardy?
Mayor Jordan.
So we have Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Need a mover and seconder for the resolution. Councillor Frake. Seconder. Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report FIN 21-07 Environmental Sustainability and Climate Action Update dated April 19th, 2021 be received, and that council nominate Mayor Jordan to be the point of contact for the Partners for Climate Protection Program, and that council adopt the drafted resolution in Appendix B to enable the town's membership in the Partners for Climate Protection Program. All in favor? That's carried.
Great, thank you very much. I just wanted to say that's very exciting.
Thank you very much for your presentation again, Suzanne. And I look forward to the committee. Up next, we have report DRS 21-11 Parks and Recreation Information Report. Sarah?
Good evening, Mayor Jordan, members of council. So the information report is just a quick update, some of the things that's going on in our department. Just going to quickly touch on a few of the items. First one is the Casablanca waterfront project. I did indicate that the project would be posted. It has not been. I do apologize. There were some changes Thursday and Friday that just caused a bit of a delay, but it will be posted tomorrow morning. The two items I did want to touch on is first the 40 Mile Creek Bridge, which is the footbridge down by 40 Mile Creek in the Elizabeth Street Pump House area. We have had that evaluated by an engineering firm, and unfortunately we've learned that there's not a great way for us to repair it, so we are looking at full replacement. So just wanted to give you that update. We will be making the bridge unusable at this time and investigating what options we can explore for a full replacement. So that is something that we'll come back with more information on later, but just wanted you to have that update. The other thing I did want to touch upon is the Grimsby Beach. We know there's been a lot of concerns and emails about some of the traffic and the volume of visitors down in that area. We are doing some work on that. Actually, there's quite a group of us corporately that are working together on that item. We did meet again this afternoon as well, so there will be more information coming forward, but we just wanted to acknowledge that we have received those emails, we understand the concerns, and we are working on some improvements. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. And thank you, Sarah, for the report. I mentioned a little earlier in the meeting that this weekend I was down at the pump house and we spent some time, me and my kids, cleaning up a bit of garbage down there. And there was a lot of people using that park and using that trail, and it's a great area. Like, I took my kids, it kind of, I'm sure you know, but it splits. The trail comes from, there's these cool little under tree kind of canopy areas. My kids have a great time. They pick up a stick and they want to sharpen it and pretend it's a spear. And it stinks a bit like fish right now, but it is still a great area. And I saw there's a lot of people that are still using the bridge. And so is there anything we can do in the interim to make the bridge safe enough to use? And then I have another question.
Sure. To answer your first question through you, Mayor Jordan, the answer we got was no, not without a significant cost. There is the work that needs to be done on that bridge is quite significant. So we would be looking at full replacement. That said, we will be putting more efforts into making that bridge unusable at this time. But I do say there's lots of people down there. We've certainly heard that loud and clear for the residents. So we do recognize that it is a really important area, and we are going to be doing work to see what options we can explore for up and coming.
Yeah, so it's true. There was a ton of people there this weekend, and the bridge doesn't look like it's in terrible shape. I mean, what is wrong with the bridge?
I could share more details specifically on that report. That was something more our Parks and Facilities manager had looked at. The bridge, I think the way it was built out of wood, it's just, it's been there quite a long time, and it's just not holding up any longer. So there's not anything sort of on the underneath of it to build up from. So we've been told that, unfortunately, it's been recommended not to use it at all. We like I said, we knew it needed repairs. We were hoping we could get it to a state where it would last a few more years, but that is not the recommendation from the engineer. The specifics of it, I could get you. I'm not sure I'm the best person to give you that.
Okay, because like the thing that I am a little bit concerned about is that people will just find other ways to cross the creek. I mean, I'm down there a lot with my kids, and I have been for my whole life. And so I can tell you that you just skip across the rocks, right? Like, there's rocks all over in the creek. Maybe sometimes a tree falls down and you can walk across the tree, or at certain times of year, the water is much lower than it is in the spring. And you can practically just walk across. So the safety issues are still there. And so we'd like to address them. What is the approximate cost of replacing the bridge?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it would depend on a variety of factors, how we build it and also where we build it. The estimation we were given is if we were to replace it where it is, with something more similar to what you'd see at the Gibson Street, it would be $400,000 to $500,000. However, we did meet on site with NPCA and we are looking at a variety of options, including other locations and a couple of different options. So we do want to look at all of those. NPCA was very supportive of looking at the project with us. So we'd like a chance to come back with some options for that.
Yeah, would that be another wood bridge or would that be steel or aluminum or?
The general recommendation is not to stick with wood.
Okay, and do we know how long that bridge would last? What's the lifespan?
Through you, Mayor Jordan, I would say again, that may depend a bit on the materials used. I think that's one of the reasons they're suggesting more of a metal structure than a wood structure, so you get that longevity.
Yeah, so we spend a little more money and it lasts longer, but the cost per year is reduced because of the quality of construction. Okay.
Correct.
What's the time frame? When can we do this? No, I know I'm grilling you. Sorry, I'm sorry, but I'm asking questions that have been sent to me.
What I would like to do is circle back to a few others and give you a better time frame that I could feel I could reliably commit to. It might depend on a variety of factors, including working with the NPCA and what we can do along their timelines. Ideally, when we do replace this bridge, we are looking at some remediation, some work to restore the natural areas down there as well. And we would like to do the whole project as one. Not to say we would hold off necessarily on the bridge just because of that, but we'd like to have a chance to look at all those pieces together. So I'll come back to you with that.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for grilling you. I know that was a lot of questions.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thank you, Sarah. It's great to see that you are exploring with the NPCA to do a partnership. And I look forward to hearing back from on how you proceed and how if we do get this fixed and the creek bed rectified down there as well. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
Great report. Thank you very much. I look forward to your reports because they're a great reference document where I don't have to go searching all over the place for answers. I find most of my answers in your report. So thank you for being a regular reporter. A couple of questions. The Casablanca Water Park project, you said it's not posted online, but it is posted down by the beach. Because I saw a couple of really big billboards down there and it really explains the sort of things we're going to be doing down there. So it is
yes, through you, Mayor Jordan, sorry to clarify. When I'm saying posting, I'm talking about we're posting the project on Let's Talk Grimsby. So
Okay.
it will give the community an update as to where we are, where we're going to go. And what it initially will be focusing on is asking the community to share their ideas. They can share their ideas through photos, through text. They can like other people's ideas and start to generate some interest in that project as we work through that design phase.
Yeah, it's actually great because if you're a frequent user of the beach area, walking the lakefront trail there, those posters with big billboards are there, and the people who walk that trail are the people who really take notice of those boards, and it's really exciting to see the kind of things that are coming in the future. So thank you for that. The other thing is the bridge on that trail, which is the one that DeSantis was partly involved in subsidizing. I believe did he subsidize the whole thing? I can't remember.
My understanding is a portion, but I'm seeing nods from others. My understanding is a portion.
Yeah, it's actually, I don't know who's responsible for the maintenance of that bridge, but it's getting really, really rusty. I mean, if you lean up against it, which I did on the weekend, I mean, the rust comes off because it's made from steel. So I don't know who's going to paint it or who's responsible for that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, an interesting fact about that is that's actually intentional. That's part of the, I'm going to say curing, but that's probably not the right word, but hopefully that relates to people. That bridge will go through that phase, and you're right, it looks like it's in desperate need of some paint, but over time it'll actually it sort of cures, and again, that's the word I'm going to use, and you'll see it doesn't have that sort of rough look to it, but that is intentional by that design. So it's not a lack of maintenance, that is intentional.
But it has to oxidize, whatever the word is.
Yes.
The other thing is I want to thank you for taking such an active role in all of the issues that are happening at Grimsby Beach. There are so many, as you know, I've probably swamped the town with the CEO and yourself and Antonetta with emails and requests. And there's a lot of issues. And I think that some of them are beginning to, some of those efforts you're making down there are beginning to come to fruition and they're paying off. So thank you for that. And so the other thing is that maybe it's a good idea maybe to keep us posted along the way, because I know I frequently get emails still and calls and texts and so on and so forth from a lot of the Grimsby Beach guys. And just to keep us in tune as to what's going on down there, because I know you're doing some work down there and I know Antonetta is as well. So, but thank you for taking a key focus on that, because I mean, there's so many complaints. It was unbelievable. Anyways, thank you so much for that, and keep doing the good work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Councillor Frick, if I may, through you, Mayor Jordan, I really do have to acknowledge a team effort on the Grimsby Beach. Antonetta, Brandon, Henry, our Parks and Facilities Manager, Mike, we're all working together to really come up with a good collective approach to this one. So stay tuned. There will be more information to come.
Okay, I guess this is the old story, and we're not hearing what you're doing down there. I know you're doing things, but I don't think we've been kept abreast all the way along. But thank you. I know what's going on, but thank you very much, and please keep up the good work. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, there we go. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and through you to Sarah. I had a conversation with a gentleman that lives on Gibson Avenue. He lives quite close to the Gibson Avenue Bridge, and he is he's worked a lot with steel. I'm not going to say he's a structural engineer, but he certainly knows his stuff. And he mentioned that, is there a possibility, I mean, there'd be some work involved, but could we use the bridge itself at Gibson Avenue to be put across the 40? I know you'd have to do some very strong abutments to support it, but anyway, I'm just passing on the message there. I thought, maybe there's a possibility, maybe there isn't, but just want to bring that to your attention. Also, if my memory serves me correct, I believe Mr. DeSantis's family donated that complete bridge themselves. I think it was part of it was started back in the last term of council, I believe. But again, don't quote me on it, but I think that's how that bridge evolved. So anyways, just back to
just a clarification. It was actually 50-50 DeSantis and Branthaven.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Gabe told me that at the ceremony. Thanks.
That's good to hear. I like partnerships. That's great. So also, that's the other question I was or comment to make, was that maybe we could look at partnerships again with the bridge at the 40 too. So.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, just to address a couple of those points. I'm very well familiar with the individual you're speaking about with the bridge. I do believe he's brought forward that suggestion to staff, and they weren't thinking that's possible, but I'm sure that they will explore that if it is. The bridge, I agree, my understanding is it was a split cost on that item. And there was one other thing, and I'm totally drawing a blank now what you asked me. Sorry. I think I covered it then.
Yeah, you did, sir. The other 2 points were just comments, and yeah, thanks thank you.
Councillor Dunsel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to, excuse me, through you to Sarah. I just wanted to highlight a couple things in your report. One was the, let me just scroll up here, Goose Chase, Mission Impossible. I was quite impressed. We're in this messy time where nobody's got anything to do, and you had this was all virtual. Who actually spearheaded it? Was it part of the art department, the library, or could you give us a bit of a lowdown? I think it was exciting to see something so positive happening right now in this COVID time.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. That was very much the work of our new recreation programmer, Krista Bowie. She did a ton of work to put that together. And had this fierce competition going on where she had to keep adding more challenges to try to keep them engaged. And she really put a lot of time in, and we had a really tremendous response. A lot of people in the community participating. It was a very, very successful project, and people really did appreciate it. And for those of you that are interested, we just launched our second one. It is on the Goose Chase app as well. And this one has very much an Earth Week, Earth Month kind of theme to it. So please do check it out. They're a ton of fun.
Good, thank you. And the only other one was with the Earth Day cleanup. It mentioned in your report that the Rotary had to postpone their cleanup, and they had reached out to us last month, and we supported what they were going to do. But because of the latest restrictions, they're not able to go ahead. But there's some other suggestions you give in the report for residents to do during this week, during Earth Week, to help clean up our parks and creeks and things like that. So thank you for bringing that out too in your report. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just again, thanks very much, Sarah, for putting this together. I know it's one more thing on your plate when you're worried about your people putting tape on playgrounds, taking tape off playgrounds, and yo-yoing between whatever the next provincial order is. So appreciate that you found the time to do this, to communicate. I appreciate also that you're doing the digital newsletter, and I think you said you've got one coming out, a mini one or something, April 26th or something, so that people, go to the website, register for it, and then they'll get more information. I just wanted to touch base on the Lions pool, because I think last year everyone was so disappointed. I see that you put a lot of work and there was a lot of repairs put into it, and you've got a tentative opening pool date of June 26th with full operations July 5th, and of course with COVID precautions in place. Do you see, unless something drastically changes, do you see those programming still happening?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bothwell, that is our every hope. We know the community really wants to see these programs held again this summer, so it is our every intention to do so. So if the restrictions allow us to do, and budget-wise and all of those things, we can make it happen, we certainly will. So we're moving forward with that intention, but we are mindful that there are some factors that could change that, whether that's delaying a start or doing a modified program. It's one of the reasons we've held off posting it, and we haven't posted this information as early, is it keeps changing from every color level that we're in, of course. And the one thing I just will mention is, if we are able to operate the pool this summer, which again is our plan, it is going to look different. So I warn you all now. The restrictions are quite significant with a pool. You have to operate quite differently in terms of how you instruct. In some situations, parents will have to be in the water with children. That's not our rules. That's Life Saving Society. So we're doing our very best with it, because we do know that people really want to see these programs continue. So it may change a few times. It's one of the benefits of going digital, is we have a little bit more flexibility as opposed to print, and we'll continue to be as agile as we can with it.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, Sarah, how much outreach we do to corporate partners that maybe we could get like naming rights for some of these big initiatives we have, or, donations in kind for naming rights. Are we very active on that front?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can always do more. So definitely I would say that's doing more. Part of that is too, us really doing a good job of presenting the project initially, right? So really putting together a good idea of what these projects look like, and really appealing to businesses in our town. The other piece to that as well is, the more ready we are with things like the bridge and the trail and some of these other projects, if grant opportunities come along and we're more ready and we've done a little bit more of our footwork, we'll really improve our case of being successful with those as well. So there's both of those pieces.
Distracted by my phone ringing now in the background. I guess it might be good, in future to pair up with the work that we're doing on the business analysis, to get a sense of, a true sense of what businesses we have in the community, and maybe we could do some targeted outreach for some some of these partnerships that we'd like to have. So,
Sure.
just a thought.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. Just a quick one about the pool. When will registration open for the pool programming and swimming lessons and things like that?
Through you, Mayor Jordan, we're aiming right now for early May.
Sorry?
Now, we're hoping for early May, or sort of the early half of May, I should say. We are a little shorter staffed at the moment, so making sure we can get it all done. What we may do, and we're still sort of debating this, is last summer we actually took registrations without a fee initially, and then got the, had the fees charged later, so that if there are changes, it's a little bit easier to manage. But it will be in the early half of May.
Okay, because
The only thing I'll just say with that is everything is subject to change. So if we, for any reason, suspect that our summer program would have to significantly change, we might delay it slightly. And as much as people don't like the delay, it's easier to delay it slightly than it is to rebuild the whole thing. So we are continuing to evaluate it.
okay, it's just, so I don't want to miss, and I don't want residents to, I mean, I understand there'll be limited capacity, and so we want to advertise well so that everyone gets a chance, because if you don't register when these early registration happens, especially if there no fee registration, and so then you might get like people that just in an instant it's all gone. So like I want to be active in letting the residents know today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic, and like let them have a fair chance at getting their kids registered.
Certainly, we'll make sure we advertise it quite well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your report, Sarah. It's always nice to have the information report because there is so much happening, and we get to hear it right from you. So it's quite nice. So I just need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that report DRS 21-11 Parks and Recreation Information Report dated April 19th, 2021 be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have report 11.1A, DPW 21-09, Nellis Boulevard on-street parking review. Brandon?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Good evening, Council. Staff are bringing this report forward as the initial touch point with Council with respect to the resolution introduced by Council late last year, asking staff to complete a review of the parking-related issues within the town. In that resolution, Nellis Boulevard was identified as an immediate area of concern, and we've been asked to look at that specific location as a pilot for the public engagement and parking review, which could be mirrored in other areas of the town. I'd like to introduce Michael Palumba. He's our engineering technologist who specializes in transportation and traffic. And he's been the lead on the pilot study, and he's going to run you through the report. So good evening, Michael.
Thanks, Michael. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you. In summary, what happened was that we decided to reach out to the members, the residents within the area through the form of an online survey. The survey was targeted specifically to residents and properties within the area that would be directly impacted by on-street parking along Nellis Boulevard. The survey, the goal of the survey was to gain insight on residents' experiences and determine some parking trends and utilization rates in the area. It was about a 6-question survey, all online. We did allow for residents to call in and go through the survey with myself if they were having difficulties. We delivered notices by hand to each of the residents within each of the properties within the study area. and we allowed them a 2-week period to respond back. In total, we handed out 39 notices, and we received 23 responses so about 60% of our target group responded back, which is actually pretty good. I guess to summarize what it was we were looking at, we asked the residents to confirm some information regarding the number of vehicles owned per resident, their experience with on-street parking, whether or not they utilized it, how often for themselves and for guests of their homes, whether or not they had issues finding available parking within the area, how different locations, if there was issues, where they would park, and just some general comment as to any issues or concerns in the area. In summary, we found that the majority of the responders stated that they had either 2 or fewer vehicles at their homes. A lot of people stated that the homes along Nels Boulevard have large driveways that were able to house 3 to 4 vehicles comfortably. So the homes having 2 or fewer, the majority of homes that had 2 or fewer were able to park in their driveways comfortably. Residents said that they did use on-street parking, but very infrequently. The majority of the usage would have been through guests to their homes. But again, when asked if their guests, how frequently they would have guests over, they specified that it was infrequent. And majority of the residents said that they did not have any issues finding available parking in the area, which was a good sign. When asked if there was any areas of concern with regards to parking, the most frequent comment would be due to the existing geometrics of the roadway, due to the center island, which narrows each travel lane. So when residents state when they had if there was emergency vehicles or operations vehicles that were larger, they may have some issue traveling up and down on the east side of Nels Boulevard due to parked vehicles. Public Works staff did consult with our operations staff and the emergency services and found that they also share some of the same concerns with regards to the width. But it was, in terms of operations, it is considered to be an infrequent occurrence. And so at this time, we found that there was no real need to have to there was no need for town staff to really implement any significant changes to the area at this time. Our conclusion and recommendation would be that we monitor the area and ensure that Nels Boulevard operates effectively. Thank you very much. I'll pass it back to Brendan for some comment on next steps, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michael, for your report. Brandon?
Yeah, so thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. So in order to complete the whole scope of the council resolution, we'll be completing an information gathering exercise over the course of the summer. That'll be in cooperation with our bylaw team, our engineering and fire services as well. So the idea being we use this as a gathering session to look at any areas that are frequented by other complaints or operational issues. Essentially create a bit of a heat map, and then we could essentially look at areas that we can target with respect to further focused investigations to look at those complaints. So we're happy to answer any questions, either Mike or myself, with respect to the report.
Thank you. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess Michael and Brandon, I've got a couple of questions. One, did you do any analysis by side of street? Because I wonder if people on the eastern side of Nellis Boulevard have, you know, a lot more concerns than the people on the western side of Nellis Boulevard. So, you know, because it's an important distinction, because on one side, you're not allowed any parking. On the other side, you are. So was any kind of analysis like that done?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when questionnaires were handed out equally to both sides of the street, and the comments we received, I don't think they were specific to west or east side. Mike can clarify that for me, but again, generally we saw from the comments that there wasn't too major concerns that would warrant us doing any changes in the future to that road.
So then you didn't do an analysis by address on one side of the street versus the other side of the street to see if there was any major difference?
Again, the questionnaires were delivered equally to both sides of the street. There was no analysis done with respect to are you on the west side or are you on the east side?
So when people submitted, they didn't put their address, just their name?
Mike, can you clarify that?
Yeah, sure. I'll clarify. Yes, their address was collected. I will note that of the 23 responses we did get, we were able to collect approximately we were able to collect responses from 3/4 of the residents along Nellis Boulevard. So there was a good representation from residents along both sides of the street. We don't have an exact analysis broken down by which side of the street, who said what. There was a wide variety of comments. There was a wide variety, but not enough to justify that a majority of people on the west side wanted on the, wanted on one side or the other. There was some comments as to, why does it have to be on our side? Why can't it be on the other side? But on the other hand, there are comments that say things like, can we not have it on both? So again, there wasn't enough, a substantial amount of comments one way or the other.
I think it would be good to do, if you haven't done it, to just divide. It's easy enough to divide them. It's even versus odd numbers, right? And just see if there's any difference, with respect to, the comments, depending on whether you're on the east side or the west side. The other thing is, in summertime, I think it's less of an issue. In wintertime, it's certainly more of a significant issue. I can tell you for myself, driving down there was like a FedEx truck making a delivery. And, I had about 3 inches on either side. So, there's some legitimate concerns, particularly in winter. So I guess what I'm wondering about is, should we be looking at, in some places, no overnight parking, when so much snow is being called for, so that we can clean the streets properly. I just want to put that out there, because I think there are some safety issues when we're talking about winter and winter storms. So thanks.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you to Brandon and Michael for your report. Very interesting statistics. I know there's been ongoing concerns with some of the residents on Nellis Boulevard on parking and that. I know the parking is on the east side. I actually drove up and down. I've been by there a couple of times, but I made a point of going through up and down the street today. And I think maybe you can help me out, and maybe the fire chief, Thompson, maybe. But the parking on the east side makes more sense to me, because I believe the fire hydrants are on the west side of the of Nellis Boulevard. So that does from my years in the fire service, that does make sense to me. But was there also if I missed it in the report, I apologize. But was there any analogy or any questions to maybe having alternate parking by the month, so to speak? I know that was discussed maybe in a term or two ago when I was talking with the residents there. So just wondering if that was even if that was brought up by comments from the residents too. Thank you.
Sure, I can answer that through you, Mayor. There were one or two comments that made suggestions for alternative parking restrictions. The trouble with having alternate times for parking is it's something that's it's uncommon in the town. So, and it would take it's kind of a learning curve. And like you said, if we have fire hydrants on the west side of the road, we want to switch things up, especially for emergency services. We would then have to think about which side of the street is going to be blocked today. So to answer your question, yes, there was some, but again, it was not a significant amount of residents who had brought it up.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Michael. I also, while I was driving up and down the street, I was looking at driveways, and the good majority of driveways for those homes, and they're older homes, is a single driveway. And as you mentioned, Michael, some of the driveways are quite long, which can facilitate a number of cars. But I know a lot of the issue is always if you got too many cars in your driveway and somebody has to get out, so that does create issues in that. So I'm just wondering if I may, Mr. Mayor, I see the Chief Thompson is there. If I could just ask him a question with regards from a fire safety perspective.
Yeah, Chief, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Chief. Yeah, just as again, going up and down the street, I just thought about with the how it is set up, the parking on the east side. So do you anticipate any issues? Because the power lines run right down the center of the median, and then everything is fed east and west. So again, I'm just thinking about a Quint or an aerial truck. Can you just give me a comment to that, if you don't mind? Not trying to stir anything up here. Just a comment would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cabwell. Through you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I guess, Councillor Cabwell, I think Michael hit it right on the head. The infrequency of emergencies that the fire department responds on that is low right now on the street. Grimsby is a pretty affluent community, and we take pride in that too, of public education in that. So our infrequencies on that street are low. The hydro lines down the middle do create a challenge for an aerial truck. So you can only park on you have to be on the side of the road that the fire is on. So if the fire was on the east side, we would work with it. But you have to remember our other truck comes in first and we set it up, and that takes a little time. So it does give opportunity for people to move their cars, which we've seen in the past. So people move vehicles for us. So I believe Public Works has answered everything, and I support what they've been saying. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Chief Thompson. And thank you, Michael and Brandon, for the report. Just need a mover and seconder. Seeing no more further questions. Moved by Councillor Cadwell and seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report DPW 21-09, that report dated April 19th be received, and that the results from the Nellis Boulevard on-street parking survey be received. All in favor? That's carried. No smart. All right. Up next, we move to number 13, notice of motion. CAO performance appraisal. Where's the, who was it then? Oh, there. It was from Councillor Frank, and it will be discussed on May 3rd, 2021. Whereas Section 2029 of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, Section C25 states that a municipality may appoint a chief administrative officer who shall be responsible for A, exercising general control and management of the affairs of the municipality for the purposes of ensuring the efficient and effective operation of the municipality, and B, performing such other duties as are assigned by the municipality. And whereas the mayor and council of the town of Grimsby has appointed chief administrative officer, CAO, to lead an administrative arm of the town in accordance with the Municipal Act. And whereas Section 224 D1 of the Municipal Act mandates that a role of council is to ensure the accountability and transparency of the operations of the municipality, including the activities of senior management of the municipality. And whereas the CAO is the only employee of the mayor and council and is directly responsible for efficiently and effectively administrating the business affairs of the municipality to the highest standards in accordance with the policies, directions, and strategic plans established and approved by council. And whereas the mayor and council expects the CAO to administrate as a 360-degree leader, advisor, communicator, mediator, professionally focused, strategically motivated, and committed to the development and execution of the best practices required by a demanding growth-oriented community as described during the CAO hiring process. And whereas it is incumbent on the mayor and council to perform an annual evaluation of the performance of the CAO to ensure that the key achievements and objectives are met, and that the town of Grimsby and its residents have received and continue to receive the highest level of service and professionalism from the municipality. Therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and council commence the process to select and retain the services of an independent executive human resources consultant to lead a CAO performance appraisal, and that the foundation for the CAO performance evaluation process be based on the performance evaluation toolkit process developed and approved by the Canadian Association of Administrators, CAMA. I acknowledge that the notice of motion will be given consideration at the May 3rd Committee of the Whole. Councillor Bothwell?
I submitted a notice of motion to the clerk. I can read it now, or if you just want to read it, that way we both don't have to read it, whichever is your preference.
I can read it. I have it here.
Thank you.
Submitted by Councillor Bothwell. Whereas Part 3 of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001 C25 confers broad powers to municipalities to govern their affairs, and whereas Section 23.31 of the Municipal Act 2001, titled Powers That Cannot Be Delegated, does not authorize a municipality to delegate the power to appoint or remove from office an officer of the municipality whose appointment is required by this act. And whereas Section 286(1) of the Municipal Act 2001, entitled as Treasurer, states that a municipality shall appoint a treasurer, that being the appointment of an officer required by the Municipal Act 2001, and whereas on or about March 30th, 2021, the Chief Administrative Officer for the Town of Grimsby, Harry Schlang, terminated the employment of the treasurer. Whereas the action of the CAO removed from office an officer required by the Municipal Act 2001 without authorization from or a bylaw of council. Therefore, be it resolved that the clerk engage the town's council to render a legal opinion as to whether the termination and removal of this officer by the CAO was authorized at law. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the May 3rd Committee of the Whole. Now we move to section number 14, correspondence. Need a mover and seconder for the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Dunstall. Do you have a question?
Yeah, could I lift the correspondence from the DIA?
Yeah.
For discussion? Thank you.
Yeah, that's lifted to be discussed separately. So just need a mover and seconder for the rest of the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconder. Anyone? Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the correspondence under Administration and Finance pertaining to declaration of provincial emergency under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and amendments to the Reopening Act, enhance enforcement and new order under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act be received. All in favor? That's carried. And Councillor Dunstall, you wanted to speak on the DIA? I'll put you as mover as well. So
Thank you.
may as well get a seconder on that too.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Okay.
Councillor Cadwell. All right, go ahead, Councillor Dunstall. Sorry
Thank
about
you,
that.
Yeah. No, I, at our last committee of the whole on the 22nd of March, I had a few questions, and it looked like our chair of the DIA spent some time answering them. So I just wanted to speak about them. One, I was misinformed. I did not realize that annual general meetings that are performed by boards are not approved till the next annual general meeting the following year. So this is why we had on our agenda the DIA annual general meeting of December 4th for 2019, because it was a year later. And so I appreciate him with that clarification. And so I saw in the 2019 annual general meeting that there was no mention of receiving the 2018 annual general meeting. And in reading the information that the chair from the DIA gave us, that it looked like they had their annual general meeting for 2018 in January 2019. So I went looking for it, and I found the January DIA meeting for January 2019, and it was a regular meeting. It wasn't the AGM. But in the March DIA minutes, there is mention that they had an update on the AGM minutes, but it did say that the AGM minutes would be approved at the next meeting, which would have been 2019. So I went looking, and I can't find the 2018 AGM minutes. So I'd like to reach out to the chair if he could possibly dig them up so I could see them, because I guess it's memory more than anything, but in 2018, I happened to attend that meeting, and he's referenced in his correspondence that the reserves were about $4,500. In my mind, and I'm not too bad with numbers, I remember, I thought it was about $10,000. So I just wanted to get some clarification on that. I'm sure he's right and I'm wrong. And that now the reserves, according to the correspondence, are at about $70,000. I guess my only concern there that I served on the DIA board on the previous council, and I don't remember the reserves being so large in the past at any given year. And in these unprecedented times, I would hope that we'd be reaching out to see what we can do for our downtown merchants. Well, I'm on the board for the Chamber of Commerce, and last week we got a report. We have a board member who gives us a real estate report, and on the residential side, real estate's going through the roof right now. But on the commercial side, in the town of Grimsby, it was just zero. There's been no activity at all when it comes to leasing or the sale of properties that are on the market for commercial because of this pandemic. So I'm just concerned that we've got a lot of money sitting in the books for the DIA, and what are we going to be doing with it to help these downtown merchants going forward, or the landlords of these empty buildings too, because we've got 4 or 5 that are not rented out right now or leased out, and my heart goes out to them because it's it's not good. So I just hope that we could get on side and do something. So again, I was wondering where the 2018 annual general meeting is, and usually there's a budget and a financial. So it'd be nice to see that, so I have a better idea. And the suggestion the chair had that I could have talked last meeting to the treasurer is good if I was looking for clarification on something, but I had no information financially at the last meeting when it came to the minutes of the DIA meetings. So that's, if that could get passed on to the chair, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, it's already been noted to the clerk. The clerk's going to forward that to the chair of the DIA.
Thank you.
So moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the correspondence pertaining to the DIA council update be received. All in favor? That's carried. Next meeting of the Committee of the Whole is scheduled for May 3rd, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. So this meeting is adjourned. We will be back at 9:35. Thank you. See you then. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Town of Grimsby Council meeting for Monday, April 19th, 2021 to order. First, we'll start with playing of the national anthem. So everyone rise. Now we move to, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we move to number 4, approval of the agenda. Councillor Vardy?
Yes, I'd like to lift the committee of the whole minutes.
All right, so you can do that at number 7 when we get to the consent agenda, or number 5. Oh, number 5, adoption of previous minutes. So we don't have to actually change the order.
Oh, okay. So just let it be known that I want to lift that part.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's been noted. So mover and seconder for adoption of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frank. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frank. Resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of April 19th, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to number 5, adoption of the previous minutes. Councillor Vardy, you want to lift?
Yeah, I wanted to lift the minutes and discuss an item there. It's number 9C. And I informed the clerk that I asked if our legal could be with us for this item.
All right, we lift that now, right? Speak on it. So I have you as mover to lift that, and we need a seconder. Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that resolution CW 21-98A Integrity Commission Report IC 11767-1020 clarification from the Committee of the Whole minutes of April 6, 2021 be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote?
Counselor Bothwell, Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
No.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cowell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
No.
Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Vane,
No.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried. Can you just give me 1 minute? I don't know why John is canceling. I did send him a meeting. Can I just give him a minute?
We're just waiting for John Mascaron. So what we're going to do while we're waiting for John Mascaron, we're going to move to number 7, the consent agenda. Resolution. Need a mover and seconder for FCR 21-04. Councillor Frake, mover. Seconder. Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that council hereby approves the following item and the consent item be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. FCR 21-04 Fire Safety Grant Program. All in favor? That's carried. Do the bylaws, right? Okay. Moving to the bylaws, need a mover and seconder. Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to mention that bylaw 2128, which is number 13E, needs to be removed because we did not approve that in committee of the whole.
Great, that is noted.
Thank you.
Need a mover and seconder for the bylaws. Oh, Councillor Ritchie, you have a question?
And just a question, point of clarity. Councillor Bothwell says that the bylaw needs to be done. Just curious, what happens now? Does anybody have signing authority now?
Yes, the signing authority falls on myself and Sarah Kim.
So, and because we haven't changed it, is Brant still on it then?
I'm not sure about that.
I think we might have been negligent.
Well, it's
Point of order, that's an inappropriate comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't
All
think
right.
it is. I think we
Just-
could have amended it a bit, but it is what it is.
all right. We just need a mover and seconder for the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Vardy. Seconder. Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-23 and 21-25 to 21-27 inclusive, and that same be read the first time. All in favor? That's carried. Now the second and third reading of the bylaws, mover and seconder, Councillor Cadwell. Seconder, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-23 and 21-25 to 21-27 inclusive, read a first time, now read a second time and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and the town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule to council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. I see that John's here now, so we're going to move back to adoption of the previous minutes. Welcome, John.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Councillor Vardy, you have a question?
Yes, I wonder if Mr. Mascarin could explain his report for us. And I do have some questions. But perhaps you could give us an overview of what you've done in that review that you did.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to walk you through it, and I'll try to be very brief. But then I'd be happy to take any questions that Councillor Vardy or any other member may have. I won't belabor the point, but we all know about the Integrity Commissioner investigation with respect to the mayor's actions on the confidential information matter. The item was reported back sometime in, I believe, in January. The Integrity Commissioner ended up determining that while there was a contravention of the code of conduct by the mayor, the Integrity Commissioner deemed it to be trivial and without consequence. He did not then accordingly recommend any penalties, nor did he impose any corrective actions, both of which he could have recommended. And I'll get to the point of why I emphasize the word recommended. Committee of the Whole received the report and passed the resolution that the town clerk do some research and look at any cost that was associated with the report or with the actions that resulted in the report having to be undertaken, and to look at any case law, I guess other reports of other integrity commissioners and any decisions of council to see what was disclosed and as a confidential information, and any penalties or other actions that may have been recommended. The town clerk brought back a report on February the 16th, which was the reporting on costs and related cases for Integrity Commissioner complaint. And there was a resolution passed at the meeting, and that's the resolution that's really at play in tonight's discussion here. Councillor Sharp moved the motion, and Councillor Ritchie seconded it. The report was asked to be received. The mayor's correspondent was deemed to be a breach of the code. And then the third item in there, I think it's the one that's really at question tonight, says specifically that Mayor Jordan be required to pay the $1,302.62 that this individual charged the town for this correspondence. The finding of the town clerk in her report was that there were certain costs associated with the investigation of the Integrity Commissioner and the report, and discovered that the telephone call that the mayor had put to the individual to disclose the confidential information somehow generated a bill to the municipality of $1,302.62. So there was a requirement that the mayor pay back the amount. And then added by way of a friendly amendment is the fourth line, that the report be forwarded to those individuals pertaining to the directions given by council via various resolutions of the closed session of July 13th, 2020. Councillor Bothwell at the same meeting made an information request, and the information request essentially asked a couple of questions. One, is the financial penalty a precedent-setting determination by the municipality, especially when the Integrity Commissioner did not himself impose any recommendation for a penalty or a corrective action, and whether the practice is acceptable, whether it sets a precedent or whether it's even permitted in the Municipal Act. A second information request was subsequently made, and it was passed unanimously by the council on March the 1st. And that was Councillor Sharp requesting a clarification of the intent of his March 1st, 2021 motion. And it specifically said about how it was read as opposed to how it is written. Now, I believe that the reference to the March 1st motion is incorrect. I believe the reference is to the February 16th motion, and I've made my assessment based on that. I just believe that that's an error in the reference that Councillor Sharp made and the way it was taken down. So we reviewed, I reviewed a number of council meetings, the meetings of March the 1st, the 22nd, as well as the Committee of the Whole meetings on February the 16th and March the 1st. I reviewed the report from the Integrity Commissioner. I looked at the minutes and other materials. I also reviewed the town's procedural bylaw as well as the Municipal Act, especially Part 5.1 of it. And I looked at applicable case law that I thought was important for responding to the questions tonight. I distilled the questions down to 3. And you'll see those set out and at top of page 4 of my opinion or my report. And I believe that the actual questions that were put to me, and again, I distilled them down to try to make sense of and to respond to the questions that were put to me. The first one is, who is the decision maker when the Integrity Commissioner submits a report, makes findings, draws conclusions, but does not recommend a penalty? Is it the council or is it the Integrity Commissioner? 2, does the motion on February the 16th, the motion of Councillor Sharp as seconded by Councillor Ritchie, does it impose a financial penalty that is not authorized by the Municipal Act? And third, and this was the one that I was probably having the most difficulty trying to understand, is was the motion that was actually passed on February the 16th actually correctly written the way it's set out? So the analysis is set out beginning on page 4 after the questions. The first one, who is the decision maker? Let me say unequivocally, the decision maker is absolutely council. And I quote from the section of the Municipal Act that authorizes the imposition of penalties, and that's 223.4 sub 5. And it says, the municipality may impose either of the following penalties on a member of council if the commissioner reports that, in his or her opinion, the member has contravened the code of conduct. And there's 2 penalties, and I'll get to that in a moment. But the answer here is the decision maker is always the council or the local board, if this had been a local board matter. The Integrity Commissioner does not make a decision. The Integrity Commissioner makes findings, provides recommendations, reaches conclusions, and in the words of the Municipal Act itself, renders an opinion. It is not a decision. In fact, I was in court at the beginning of March the 8th to argue that very point in a matter in the town of Hawkesbury. I was before the Ontario Divisional Court on that specific question. My submissions were very clear that the Integrity Commissioner only has authority to make a decision when it comes to an application under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. The Integrity Commissioner does not make decisions when it comes to a report on a code of conduct contravention. Again, it makes findings, issues perhaps recommendations. In this case, there were no recommendations, and reaches conclusions. Does not make a decision, and by the wording of the Act itself, it is the municipality that may impose financial penalty. So the council is, of course, not bound to accept the recommendations of the Integrity Commissioner. It's the decision of council. In this case, it appeared that at least the majority of council was not willing to accept the non-recommendations of the Integrity Commissioner, and that is council's discretion. Again, council is the decision maker and can make the decision. The next question, which really arises through Councillor Bothwell's question or information request, is the motion, does the resolution that comes out of the motion impose a financial penalty? It is very clear that council can impose 2 penalties, can impose a reprimand or it can impose a suspension of pay. This was argued quite forcefully in the very infamous case Magdern 4, dealing with the former City of Toronto Mayor Rob Ford. And the Ontario Divisional Court was unequivocal. There's only 2 penalties that are allowed. There is a reprimand or there's suspension of pay. Having said that, the Divisional Court also indicated that it was possible, by the broad authority given to municipalities under the Municipal Act, and given its broad authority to deal with matters within deal with bylaws, dealing with its governance, that it could impose a corrective action or a remedial measure. And I quote from that at the bottom of page 5 of my opinions. I've also said that many codes of conduct specify other actions. I quote at the top of page 6 from the City of Toronto's Code of Conduct that also states, as an other action, the council can decide that there could be a reimpayment or reimbursement of monies received, or the return of property or the reimbursement of its value. I looked at Grimsby's Code of Conduct and it doesn't list any other actions, but it does say that any recommended corrective action or penalty must be permitted by the Municipal Act and should be designed to ensure that the inappropriate behavior or activity does not continue and is not repeated. The Divisional Court in Magdern Ford was clear that it couldn't give a precise list of exactly the types of corrective measures that could be imposed, because they would vary on a case-to-case basis, because they're supposed to be remedial in nature. They're supposed to speak specifically to the matter that had happened in each individual case. So it's not possible to give a precise, finite listing. It said, in fact, that in that case, it didn't need to determine the precise ambit of permissive remedial measures, but indicated very clearly that they couldn't be penalties in the guise of a remedial measure or corrective action. And this was made very clear in a case called Altman and Richard Stouffville, which Justin Altman was the former mayor of Richard Stouffville, who had perpetuated a series of, I shouldn't laugh, a series of contraventions of the code of conduct. And you could tell that council was quite upset with him. And instead of following the specific remedial measures that the integrity commissioner had taken some care to draft and put in front of them, the council decided to go a little bit further. And by going a little bit further, it extended the remedial measures into the realm of a penalty. And the court said, you just can't do it. You can't call it a corrective action, but yet impose a penalty. So at the bottom of page 6, you'll see I asked the question, the requirement to pay in the resolution that was passed on February the 16th. Is it a penalty or is it a corrective action? The wording again is very clear that Mayor Jordan be required to pay the $1,302.62 that this individual charged the town for its correspondence. I looked up and down. I reviewed the audio-visual recording at least 5 times. The motion itself does not somehow speak to whether the repayment obligation is a penalty or it's a corrective action. Councillor Sharp does say it is appropriate that Mayor Jordan should pay the bill for contacting this individual and not the town of Grimsby. Now, at this point, Councillor Bothwell does state that the Integrity Commissioner made a ruling and a decision that it was inconsequential and that there be no penalty. And as a result, this motion is creating a financial penalty. Now, I partially agree with Councillor Bothwell. I don't agree with the first part. I don't agree that the Integrity Commissioner made a ruling and a decision. He did say it was inconsequential, okay? I do agree with the latter part of Councillor Bothwell's statement, though, that she says, as a result, this motion is creating a financial penalty to the mayor. I cannot read the motion other than that statement. To me, it appears very clear that it is a financial penalty. It's seeking to impose the burden of the $3,102.62 on Mayor Jordan. I believe that Councillor Sharp became alive to this question because he notes that the question of repayment has been ordered before. He doesn't, however, in speaking to this, provide the specific context in which it was ordered. And he doesn't clarify whether the penalty, the requirement to pay is a penalty or corrective action. Then I go back to the Magner and Ford case in Magner and Ford, the divisional court decision, and it says there basically a requirement that a member pay money when that member has not received any money is a form of punitive penalty. I really did review the statements and the comments of all the members of council. I believe every member of council spoke that evening. I think the mayor was quite generous and allowed people to speak several times. And again, there wasn't any equivocal statement as to this is a financial penalty, nor was there any equivocal statement that it was a corrective action. So, what happened then? Was the motion and this is going to Councillor Sharp's request for information, was the motion passed correctly as it is written? So, as I indicated, when Councillor Sharp first brought the matter up, the motion as it's passed in the resolution was true to the wording that Councillor Sharp put forward. There was full debate on the motion at the meeting. At one point, the mayor says, and in my view, it's the conclusion of the debate that evening, the mayor makes one final statement and indicates he's going to make a few comments. He does, and then he calls the question. Mayor Jordan reads the motion aloud. It is only after the motion is read aloud, and this is set out as clearly as I can put it at the top of page 8. It is after the motion is read aloud that Councillor Ritchie speaks and indicates, he says, as a point of clarity, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I don't know if we can actually force you to pay this if it is passed tonight, if we do not do a suspension of pay. I don't know that we can have both of those words in there because I don't know if we have the ability to force anyone to pay a particular bill. Councillor Sharp then spoke and indicated there's probably a tax savings if we deduct it from the pay too. Accounting aside, I'm sure the treasurer, the admin department can do that as long as it is included in the motion. I am okay with it. So my view is very, very clear that both the mover and the seconder were of the view that the imposition of the requirement that the mayor pay the town, reimburse the town for $3,102.62 for the cost of the communication might not be an enforceable resolution. And they asked for the additional wording of suspension of pay being inserted. The clarification from Councillor Sharp, in my view, was not stated as a friendly amendment, nor was it put in as a formal motion to an amendment to the motion. There was no further discussion, and council, no member of council made any additional comments. Since a recorded vote was called for, the clerk proceeded to poll each of the members in turn. My view is, from the time that Mayor Jordan called the question and concluded his final comment, called the question and read aloud the motion, the voting had begun. Pursuant to the procedural bylaw, my view, my conclusions are that the motion as passed is correctly worded, and there was no ability to change the wording after the voting had commenced. That's what your procedural bylaw says. So the voting had commenced. Section 11.7 of the procedural bylaw says, after the chair commences to take a vote on a question, no member shall speak or present any other motion until a vote has been taken. Procedurally, the council was bound by the question, the motion as worded. The clarification of the motion made after the motion was read and and the voting had commenced was too late. So the conclusions are all set out at the bottom of page 9. There's 6 of them. The integrity commissioner does not make rulings or decisions. Therefore, council could make a decision, did not have to say no penalty, did not have to say no corrective action. Council had the authority to impose them. However, there's only 2 types of penalties that may be imposed: a reprimand or suspension of pay. The requirement that Mayor Jordan pay back the $1,302.62, in my view, was not a corrective action. It appears that the requirement to pay is a financial penalty and it's not authorized at law. And the motion was properly put before council and properly voted upon that evening. Mr. Mayor, those are probably went just a bit longer than I had intended, but I wanted to be clear in what I was stating. That concludes my summation of my opinion. I'd be happy to take any questions that you or any member of council may have.
Great. Thank you, John. Thank you for that clarification and walking us through your report. Councillor Sharp.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Jordan, and thanks, John Mascarin. That was a very detailed report, and I understand it, and I'm glad you've explained it quite well. And so I understood this, and I sent some questions to you, and the question that you had mentioned. So I did comment about the February 16th committee of the whole meeting at the 2 hour and 46 minute, which you said was after the motion was read by Mayor Jordan, where Kevin Ritchie, Councillor Ritchie, and myself discussed amending it or discussed the correct wording of it. And so I understand what you're saying there. But I also commented to you about, on March 1st, at our meeting on March 1st, so at about 3 hours and 26 minutes to 3 hours and 30 minutes, I explained the intent was to suspend the pay. We had actually, I tried to lift the resolution because it was worded what I believed incorrectly. And I brought a motion to that resolution that said required to pay. And I asked to correct the wording and to amend it and to say suspension of pay, because that was the intent of what I had said on, and what you have just reported to us is that after the motion was read, my intent was, although it was not correctly amended, my intent was to suspend the pay, and Councillor Ritchie had made the point of that, and Councillor Bothwell had also made the point of that. And then on March 1st, Councillor Bothwell and council in general voted down the amendment to correct that, right? And I feel like that I was taking, so the intent of the motion was to suspend the pay, which is allowed under the Municipal Act, but it wasn't read that way, right? And I understand that wasn't amended properly. And then on March 1st at our meeting, I brought that up. And I asked to change the verbiage of that. And Councillor Bothwell, who asked for this correction, voted no to lifting that motion.
Point of order, Mayor. I believe he's pointing.
Fact. It's a fact.
He's picking.
Can I finish, Mayor Jordan?
And it was a decision on his motion to lift or not lift.
Okay, Mayor. Through the clerk, was that a recorded vote? May 1st.
Right.
Pardon?
I'll check.
Thank you.
I'm taking that as a personal attack here rather than as a council decision.
So I'm asking for the recorded vote. So while we're waiting for that, it feels to me like that this could have, because the intent was suspension of pay, and because I had voiced that on February 16th, and then because on a second time I asked to amend that on March 1st, that I feel like it should be noted that that we had the opportunity to correct this. We had the opportunity to do this, to use the right wording, and council decided not to, right? So if I use the word incorrectly on February 16th, I apologize. And when it was noted by my colleagues, I attempted to amend the motion to use the correct wording on March 1st. And that was voted down by council. And so it's like they were intending, it's like we intended for this to fail. I explained myself very clearly on March 1st. And so it's like when you lose and you're trying to feed it by semantics, right? And I think that it could have easily been corrected. I asked for it to be corrected, and I apologize that I used the wrong wording. I also have a question about on the February 16th, the mayor participating in that vote and chairing that vote. That one's for John Mascaron. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if this is really a question that your integrity commissioner should deal with, I'd be pleased to answer it if council would like to hear me answer it. But it is really a question that's within the realm of your integrity commissioner. So I may say something, and your integrity commissioner may disagree with me.
Please don't answer that question right now, please. You'll get an opportunity in the future, but not right now, please, if you don't mind, on a point of order. Okay, thank you.
Who are you talking to?
Mr. Mascaron, I'd prefer if he did not answer that right now.
Yes, I was. That's why I was taking the floor as chair, saying that there already is an integrity commissioner complaint in there.
Sorry, I said point of order and started talking. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Councillor Vane, it's hard to see you. You disappear sometimes. Well, I can hear you though, so it's all good. Thanks.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Mascaron, for joining us so late in the evening. You know, I guess, I'm going to ask you one question as a integrity commissioner, but not necessarily our integrity commissioner, but sort of a general question. And then I have some specific to this issue. The integrity commissioner makes a recommendation, and then council can choose to ignore it or follow it. If it sort of seems to be the habit of council to ignore integrity commissioner recommendations, and and I'll just say, our integrity commissioner, I guess up until this point, was someone who's a former Attorney General of Ontario. I think he was also a bencher, but we disregarded his advice. So why then do we even bother going to an integrity commissioner if we couldn't just pass a motion for some kind of corrective measure, if you want to call it, and then we'll have our usual 5-4 vote, and then it forces the person, whoever is the target of that. No, I'm asking a question. I mean,
your comment about usual 5-4 vote.
If it's let's just say then, if it's a 5-4 vote, what's the point of even having integrity commissioners if we have the ability to do that, or do we have the ability to do that, I guess, is one. And then I guess it leads me to, why do we have an integrity commissioner if we don't listen to their recommendations? That's my first question, if you could answer that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Vardy, your question is a very good one, actually. The province has dictated that all municipalities have to have a code of conduct. All municipalities have to have an integrity commissioner. I often go into my councils and say, the reason that you probably appointed me as an integrity commissioner is because I am unbiased, I am impartial, I have some expertise in the area, and I know something about government law. Perhaps you shouldn't cross-examine me if I come in front of you and put forward a recommendation. Sometimes they hear me. Sometimes, Councillor Vardy, they really don't. And that's just the system. Some municipalities that I'm integrity commissioner for have depoliticized the process and basically have given me the authority to impose penalties directly, because they said, you know, we just don't want the politics to weigh into the ethics. And so they've done that. That's one safeguard. I don't recommend that. I don't say to my councils, you should give the integrity commissioner the authority. I think council should make its own bed. But I hear your point. And sometimes you have good integrity commissioners. Sometimes you don't have such great integrity commissioners. But the council has the ability to choose its integrity commissioner. And so, you know, I say you've got to live with it. And that doesn't mean you have to slavishly agree with everything the integrity commissioner puts in front of you. I know I've rambled on a little bit, but I wanted to give a little bit of context to the question, and I hope I've answered it.
So then could we just skip the integrity commissioner altogether, pass a motion of some corrective action we'd like to see, vote on it, and then it's enforceable, providing it doesn't contravene the municipal act?
Yes. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. The simple answer is yes. I've just given that opinion to another council, that you are always able to govern your own process. And so you can do this. And for instance, you don't like what someone has done, and perhaps you don't necessarily want to have them as the chair of a committee. I think it's always council's prerogative to appoint and to remove someone. I don't know that you necessarily need to go through a complaint process in which to do so. What you can't do, though, as a council, is impose penalties, because the only way you can impose a penalty is if there's a code of conduct complaint with an integrity commissioner report finding a contravention. But apart from that, a corrective action, a remedial measure, is always within, again, my view, the ability of the council to impose.
Okay, so I've got just two more questions. The next one is, you know, after this very detailed analysis that you've done in this report, the bottom line is the resolution is not enforceable, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then my final question, and it's not meant to embarrass you in any way. What did you charge for that report?
Sorry, Councillor Vardy. The report that I've written for you tonight?
Yes.
I'm not certain, but I'll tell you, it's 10 pages.
Mm-hmm.
My usual approximate is an hour a page, approximately. But I tell you, I probably went through those videos, especially the one on the 16th. I said like 4 times, 5 times maybe, and I had to take notes. I don't know, and I hesitate to kind of scare you, and you're not embarrassing me at all. I had to put in the time.
I realize that.
I would think it's. I would think it's 12 hours or so, you know, times my hourly rate. You know, it's pretty expensive.
I don't know your hourly rate, so just ballpark it.
Well, Councillor Vardy, I'd rather not say. I'll tell you why. I don't want to necessarily have anyone disclose my rates in a public setting. I'm happy to do it in a closed setting. But this information, I'm happy to provide the clerk tomorrow morning.
That's fine, because I will be asking that this information be disclosed to the public, because I'm sitting here thinking, for something with it never should have had a penalty, and looking at the amount of money that we've spent to get to where we started, is a real tragedy for the town. So not to diminish your work or the value of your work, but this never should have gone as far as it did. And it's a shame that it had to be taken this far to get the kind of corrective action and resolution that should have been there at the very beginning. So thank you very much. I really appreciate all that you've shared with us and helped us with this. Thank you.
The clerk has that recorded vote from, I'm not even sure when it was.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you.
So it's from the March 1st council meeting. The resolution asks that CW 2145 be lifted from the committee of the whole meeting minutes of February 16th for severance by Councillor Cabell, Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Vane, and no by Councillor Bothwell, Councillor Dunstall, Councillor Frake, Councillor Vardy, and the Mayor Jordan.
Mayor, could I comment to that? Since it was a question that I asked.
Sure, you're welcome to comment.
So I will, and so I asked to lift it, asked to change the wording because I felt that it was worded incorrectly. To Mr. Mascarin, if I had changed the wording that night on March 1st from required to pay to suspend pay, would this have been legal?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sharp's question. If the wording had been suspend the pay of Mayor Jordan to the amount of $1,302.62, it would have been a valid penalty under the Act.
So thank you, Mr. Mascarin, and to my colleagues and to the people that I represent. When this was the intent that I wanted to do when I brought the motion on February 16th, and then but it wasn't read that way, and I understand that was a mistake in the way that I wrote it, and I didn't mean that. And but I did find that after the motion had been read, and it was said out loud in that meeting, and then on March 1st. When we approved that at council, I asked to have that changed, and we had Councillor Bothwell and Councillor Frake and Councillor Dunstall and Mayor Jordan and Councillor Vardy voted it down. So this report and this what it's coming to now could have been avoided if we had just lifted it and changed the wording, right? Like I had said on the initial day of Councillor Ritchie, the secondary, and myself had already said on the 16th, we had recognized that and Councillor Bothwell pointed it out on that same day, that it was not allowed the way it was read. And so I made the attempt to correct that on March 1st, and Councillor Bothwell, Councillor Dunstall, Councillor Frake, Councillor Vardy, and Mayor Jordan denied that correction. They said no, and then this is what brought us here. So, so this was the simple correction in the wording, and then level, right? Or would have been valid, is what Mr. Mascarin said. So the semantics and the verbiage that was used is what was incorrect. So before people go and point fingers at me, what I did was allowed. It was the way I wrote it that was not allowed. And when I tried to correct it, these people, including Councillor Bothwell, denied me to correct the motion. And because of that, it is invalid. And so I apologize that I wrote, I'm not a lawyer, and I wrote the motion to say required to pay, and I want it to be clear to the public and to the rest of council that I asked to correct this. I asked, and they said no, including Mayor Jordan, including Councillor Bothwell. They said no to correcting this, and that would have made it completely valid. So to have everybody, to have a certain part of the council stand aside and say, hey, this was done, it's all somebody else's problem. It's also them. And so I don't want to take the full blame for this. And then
Councillor Sharp, your time's up. And your time's up, Councillor Sharp.
Okay, I'll take my second round when I can.
Yeah, and it was something that was noted by the Integrity Commissioner as trivial and inconsequential. Councillor Ritchie?
Oh, thanks for bringing that up, Mr. Mayor, through you. But I also asked
Mayor
the.
Jordan, if you want to participate in the debate, I could ask you to leave the chair? Because I believe that those comments are considered participating in the debate. And if you want to participate in the
Councillor
debate, you have
Sharp,
to leave the chair.
you're out of
It's
order.
part of our procedural bylaw. To the clerk, can you tell me about the mayor
I'll
participating in the
retract,
debate?
Councillor Sharp, I'll retract those comments.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Ritchie?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad you brought that up because when the Integrity Commissioner brought the report forward, I asked him if he looked at any costs. When you were found disclosing closed session information, we may not even know the actual true cost of what you disclose right now, as maybe there's other things that we're waiting to find out in the future. So I guess my question to the mayor, or not to the mayor, to our legal, Mr. Mascaron, is, and I don't want I'm just curious, if you were to find, as an IC yourself, if you were to find something guilty or somebody in contravention of the code of conduct, would you be looking at potential costs or if it cost the municipality any money?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ritchie, it's probably something that I would look at. If I was alive to a cost having been possibly incurred through the result of the actions of a member, it is something that I might look at, yes.
Thank you, because I remember when I asked Mr. Harnick that question, he got very upset with me. And I wasn't looking at potential costs, and this still could cost us, there still could be some potential costs on the future, but I was asking if you looked at any costs at that time. So just, that's the only thing I have right now. I just thought that was interesting, and that's why we brought forward that motion to ask the clerk if there was some costs, because again, the mayor was found in contravention.
Councillor Cadwell?
Here we go. Just gonna try to get rid of my hand here. There we go. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just to the comments that were made about why do we use an integrity commissioner? Well, I think it's important that we do use an integrity commissioner because the investigation will let you know whether there was a breach of code of conduct, which in this case, as it's in the IC's report, that the IC's report contained a clear finding that the mayor had contravened a provision of the code of conduct by disclosing confidential information from a closed session meeting. So that's why, to me, it's important to use an integrity commissioner to find out breach of code of conduct. And I'll have some comments a little bit later. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just reiterate on Councillor Sharp's point that when he tried to lift the minutes to amend them and correct them, I voted not to because I also did not agree with the penalty that was imposed. And that was my reasoning for not supporting lifting the motion either, because I would not have supported the motion as it was written either way. And because the penalty that was imposed was comprised of a number of costs, not just the portion that was apportioned to the mayor, but included the costs with the CAO's response and his contacts with the persons involved at the time as well. So the bill that was charged was broken down into a number of pieces, and I didn't agree with how any of it transpired. So I'll leave it at that. And again, it was a decision of council not to allow it to be lifted. So not just myself personally. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. So if what Councillor Bothwell just said was the point that I was trying to make earlier, she said that she voted not to lift that and correct the wording because she didn't agree with the original motion and with the payment. So she, in her own words, voted it down because she didn't agree with him paying it. So I was only trying to correct the verbiage. And so this was what I believe through what Councillor Bothwell just said is that it was an attempt to defeat a motion that she'd already voted against by arguing by not amending, by not creating the right words, which could have been easily done on March 1st. And so the other question that I had for John Mascaron was about Mayor Jordan was the one who read that motion. And is it appropriate for him to read the motion? And I guess that's the only, I have another question afterwards. Could you answer that first?
Again, I'll just be clear, Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is really a question because I know the question is, can the mayor have participated in the matter? And this is really a question for your.
Sorry, I asked this question before. Let me retract, please. Let me retract that. I'm sorry. Yeah, don't answer that. Apologies. Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I'm done.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to comment about comments made by Councillor Bothwell in regards to the costs. That she likes to point out that all these other costs with contact with the CAO, all these other things that she didn't agree with. But one has to ask the question, would any of that had happened if the mayor did not breach the code of conduct and disclose closed session information? And none of that would have happened. So I guess, again, for, I could ask our lawyer here if he would have looked at that situation. And I guess, would you look at that? Would you look at, for costs, you said you would look at costs. Would you look at, break it down that, it would involve this person? Would you look at costs as a total involving if the A didn't happen, B, C, and D don't happen either?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it really depends on the circumstances, Councillor Ritchie. It's difficult to say. We have the specifics in front of us. I would say that the consequence of the breach seems to indicate that, yes, there was something additional at play here. I really don't want to fault your former Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Harnick. He had information in front of him at the time. He maybe did not appreciate to take, the leap forward to start looking at the cost. I think he looked at it as he came to conclude that it was trivial and of no consequence. So he probably didn't go to the next step. It's really difficult to say that I would have done the same thing if I had determined that a breach was trivial or of no consequence. Maybe I wouldn't have looked down the line because I would have said, I'm not going to impose any recommendations. I do have some empathy for the way that he looked at it. We can debate all day whether I agree with his findings or not. I'm not, it's not for me to say. So the question is very difficult. I can't say yes, I would have in every case, or no, I wouldn't have. I'd have to, a case by case basis.
Fair enough, and that's where I look at when we ask for the report. Like I said, that specific cost of $1,300, none of it would not have happened. None of it would have happened. None of it would have been charged if the code of conduct wasn't breached. And I know specifically I'd asked Mr. Harnick to look into any costs involved, and due to other circumstances, he decided not to. Thank you.
Councillor Barty.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have to build on something that Councillor Ritchie has said, that none of this would have happened.
Has Vardy spoken twice this matter?
No, I haven't. And please don't interrupt me. You have a habit of doing that, Councillor Ritchie. It's not appreciated. Are you refraining now? Good.
Ask for a point of clarity.
None of this would have happened if personal emails were not dropped off at Councillor Ritchie's house, which he then refused to disclosed with council, which he claims now they are his property. So if we're going to go and say, when all of this started, all these costs that came from that, let's look at where the original seed was planted. It was the receipt of emails that didn't belong to Councillor Ritchie that were dropped off, quote, anonymously to his house. And that is public knowledge that was made public by Mr. Harnick when he gave his report. So I'm just trying to stop you from doing an IC complaint against me for disclosing closed session information. So I'm sorry, Councillor Ritchie, you're the one who got this ball rolling.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I think that's a direct accusation, and it's not appreciative. And
point of order,
I'm
you
sure
said
that- I'm sure the
yourself
public
you
would love
received
to
them
see this.
anonymously. You said yourself, Councillor Ritchie.
Okay, I'm going to call order on both of you.
Apologize for those
Councillor
comments.
Ritchie,
Mr. Mayor, I'm asking for an apology. She directed them directly at me.
Mr. Mayor, can I call a question?
yeah.
Mayor, I'd like a ruling on her insulting statements.
All right, Councillor Vardy, can you apologize to Councillor Ritchie, please?
I am not apologizing for what Councillor Ritchie has publicly stated. That's not an insult. That's not, I've not told lies about him. I've not said
No,
anything
you've
that he
just turned
hasn't said
around and
publicly.
accused me of costs because of it. The mayor's asked you to apologize, and she did.
No,
that's
no,
not
he's
what
asked
said.
me if I wanted to
Given warnings
apologize.
for bigger things.
And no, I don't, Councillor
People out.
Ritchie. Certainly not to you.
I'm going to give both of you a first warning, so any more outbursts and you'll both be removed from chambers.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to know that what it was that I did wrong.
You're just constantly cross-talking, both of you.
Mr. Mayor, I asked for an apology and you ruled in favor of the apology.
Yeah, where do we want to move now?
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Vardy?
You did not ask that I apologize. You asked if I wished to, and I responded, no, I do not wish to. Thank you.
Well, I guess we'll leave it at that. I need a mover and seconder to approve the minutes. Moved by Councillor Freg. Seconder, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Freg, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of April 6, 2021 be approved, that the council minutes of April 6, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right. All right. All right, we've done bio. Oh, Councillor Cadwell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So from all this discussion, where are we going next?
There was no direction on this discussion. Now we're moving to section 14 announcements. There was no action or resolution. It was discussing a lifted section of the minutes.
Thank you.
So we're at number 14, announcements. Does anyone have any announcements? Councillor Cadwell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just give me a second here. I wrote a couple things down. Here we are. Yeah, I just want to bring to everybody's, to the public's attention that the Grimsby Secondary High School, along with the Beamsville District Secondary High School and the West Lincoln alumni, they're having another virtual concert, as a fundraiser for and what they're going to be doing is having the musicians who were alumni of the 3 different high schools. The date scheduled for this, it'll be like the last one. It'll be a Zoom virtual concert. Is April 30th, and I believe the tickets are $20 a piece. So it was a great fundraiser, the last one they had, and hopefully everybody can join in and see some of the old rock stars from the high schools and that. So I also want to just say I watched the presentation yesterday, and I spoke to the gentleman today. Simon Jeong is resigning as the president of the Grimsby Minor Hockey Association. He gave a fabulous presentation, thanking all the help that he had in his 10-year tenure as the president of Grimsby Minor Hockey. So I just want to personally thank Simon for all the great work, the drive, and getting the Grimsby Minor Hockey and the future, the vision he had in getting Grimsby Minor Hockey in a great place. So Simon, I wish you well anything with your next endeavors in the future. So it was a very moving presentation. So, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. I just wanted to further, I got an email from Matt Miller today, and I just wanted to add to your announcement on the alumni concert on April 30th. The acts that are performing on April 30th include and aren't limited to Phil Rose, Josh Coulter, Braden Doucette, Jennifer McKillop, Betsy Taro, Kristen Hansen, Jeff Brown, Ricky Himrich, Nikki Arsenault, and Jordan Sheldrick, Leanna Fisher, Sage Lunsoff, Ashley St. Pierre, Josh Edwards, and Laura Thomas. And there may be more acts as well. So what a great group of talent we have that are alumni of the 3 high schools. Thank you. We'll look forward to that on April 30th. Councillor Vardy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Grimsby Garden Club, because they're having a sale of Carolinian trees to raise money. You can place your order online and pick it up, I believe, between 6 and 8 p.m. on the 22nd of April. So it's an event that really helps support the whole Carolinian initiative. I've already ordered my pawpaw tree, and I just want to thank them. I think it's a great initiative, and would like everybody to know about it. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to announce that the watershed cleanup that would happen on this Saturday by the Rotary Club has been canceled or delayed. And so on Saturday, they won't be doing the Great Lakes watershed cleanup. However, the Friends of the 40 who were involved in it, we've been doing some cleanups of the creek. And like I mentioned earlier this meeting, this past weekend, I went and I cleaned up at the pump house. And I just want to let people know and make people feel aware that these aren't group cleanups. And this weekend, so I set a box of garbage bags down, and I go out and I do my own cleanup with my kids. But someone picked up a garbage bag, picked up a whole bag of garbage from around the creek, brought it back and left it by where my bag of garbage was. I didn't even see them. And so whomever that was at the pump house on this Sunday, thank you for participating. And I don't know if they saw that we had posted online about it, or if they just saw a box of garbage bags and decided, hey, I'll pick one of these up. And they filled a good amount of garbage up. And this is stuff that flows down the creek or gets littered by people in that area. And so this weekend we'll probably be doing behind the Remax. There's a trail that goes down downtown to the creek by the train tracks bridge. And there's plenty of garbage down there, and volunteering is allowed, and it's a good way to be active. So minimal to no contact this weekend. Like I said, thank you to whoever the anonymous volunteer was. And that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Seeing no further announcements, before we move into the closed session portion of the meeting, the next council meeting is scheduled for May 3rd, 2021, following the Committee of the Whole meeting. Now I'm going to read the electronic participation for closed session statement declaration. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the council of the town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, and confirm no one else is present with you, and confirm that no one else can hear this closed session. Confirm that you are not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purposes of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you are not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all of the above, please reply with "I understand" and confirm to all the statements. Councillor Bothwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Dunstall?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Frake?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Ritchie?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Sharp?
I understand and confirm to all except the electronic devices.
Councillor Bain?
I understand and confirm all the above.
Councillor Vardy?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
And myself, I understand and confirm to all the statements. Have a mover, need a mover and seconder for the resolution to go into closed. Councillor Cadwell and Councillor Dunstall.
Well, Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
What about the curfew?
Yeah. Why don't we do it now? I'll have you as a mover. Thank you. A seconder on the curfew. I got you moving, Councillor Dunstall. I need a seconder. Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that council waive the rules of procedure to go past the 11 p.m. curfew. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for the motion to go into closed. Councillor Cadwell is the mover. Councillor Vardy is the seconder. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolve that council meet in closed session regarding the following. Under section 2392F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, 133 to 137 Main Street East, Alpat. Under section 2392B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, personal matters about identifiable individuals, civic recognition awards 2021, appointment of members to the Grimsby Green Advisory Committee. Under section 2392D, labor relations or employee negotiations, proposed changes to town of Grimsby enforcement. Under section 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or board. And under section 2392F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose by a judge or litigation. All in favor to go into closed? That's carried. up and at 'em.
Mayor Jordan, that's not sensitive to my age.
All right, need a mover and seconder. Resolved that legal counsel proceed as directed in the closed session with regard to 133 to 137 Main Street East, Alpat. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Ask for a recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Bothwell? Councillor
You heard me
Dunstall?
yes, right, Sarah?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Bothwell, I heard you, yes. Councillor Dunstall? Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Frake? Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Can you
Councillor
read the
Bain?
motion?
Yes.
Can you read the motion?
It was resolved that legal counsel proceed as directed in closed session with regards to 133, 137 Main Street East, Alpat.
Yes.
So we provide a direction to legal, yes. Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yeah.
That's carried.
Need a mover and seconder for the Civic Recognition Awards. Councillor Vardy, Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that the staff proceed as directed in closed session with regard to Civic Recognition Awards. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for appointment to Grimsby Green. Councillor Bothwell, Councillor Vardy.
Can I second that? Vardy, do you mind?
It's already been done. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that staff proceed as directed in closed session with regard to appointment of members to the Grimsby Green Advisory Committee. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder that the item regarding proposed changes to the Town of Grimsby enforcement be deferred. Vardy, Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the item regarding proposed changes to the Town of Grimsby enforcement be deferred. All in favor? That's carried. A mover and seconder resolved that the matter with regard to biodigester litigation be deemed a reconsideration.
Recorded vote, please. Could I get a recorded vote?
Yep, so noted. We need a mover and seconder. Councillor Frake. Councillor Vardy.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Clarification, so if I vote yes, it's a reconsideration. If I vote no, it isn't? Is that?
Yes,
what-
that's correct.
Okay, so yeah, it's a reconsideration, yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy, Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan. That's carried. That's carried.
Need a mover and seconder for first reading of the bylaw? First reading of the bylaw. Counselor Vardy, Counselor Dunstall. Moved by Counselor Vardy, second by Counselor Dunstall. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-29 inclusive, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? It's carried. Mover and seconder for second and third reading. Counselor Sharp, Counselor Cadwell. Moved by Counselor Sharp, second by Counselor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-29 inclusive, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and the town clerk do sign and seal the same, and the rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Is that, that's it. Meeting is adjourned.